I'm not muted anymore. Good. Alright, everybody, welcome back. Let's keep going. Actually, let's shave now, since we're finally about to do something new. But I want as much hand-eye coordination for it as I can.
On the table, you see a bowl of water, a rough soap, and next to it, a small hand mirror. A straight razor soaks inside the wash basin.
Let's try it.
Like an artist with a brush or a master swordsman, you use the small mirror and the straight razor with some soap to remove all that unkempt hair from below the nose line. The sharp blade chafes against your skin, producing a scratching sound. The surface underneath the beard feels tender, the air brushing against it chilly.
Look at the picture. Feel your clean shaven
They feel
cheeks.
so smooth, surprisingly so. A feeling of freshness overcomes you, as if you just came from a cold bath.
Was shaving the right
The
call?
water reflects back a vague image of your clean-shaven face. Despite the bulbous nose, unkempt hair, and persistent swelling, you look a little younger, maybe.
Huh.
The beardless nature of your cheeks makes the expression seem even more like a terrifying grimace.
Oh no.
An old mirror hangs on the wall. You see your reflection in it.
+1
The
shave.
expression fixed to your clean-shaven face. You're still not accustomed to it.
I kinda wanna fucking... I could dig deep for it, but there's not really a point. Switch out my shoes again, and let's just go. I have... not much to do today, so it's gonna mostly just be waiting. So I'm gonna probably read the books that I bought, because I have a fuck ton of them. And I'm gonna call that. Check the island for bullet traces, which I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to do. Oh yes, confront the pig at 2200. So let's go call back the station. Wait, wasn't there something to do in the snow over here? I think I'm remembering that right.
Winter, slow to let go of Revachol, flecks some more wet snow from above.
Alright, this is probably it. Look
The
around.
snow falls lazily, making the beach sand paler still, mixing with the rust-colored sewage runoff.
Okay.
And to think, it seemed as though it were already spring.
But how does it
The
feel?
melting snow seeps through your thin clothes. Grandmothers don't let their grandchildren out dressed so lightly in this weather. At least your hair is protected from getting wet and sticking together. You look around.
To the west.
More winding coastlines lined with abandoned buildings. Crumbling piers, salt water lapping at their dark piles. Grey and red forgotten city blocks. What remains of the pre-revolutionary effort to gentrify the coast. The waters turn black.
Beyond.
Coal City in the shadow of San Martin. A boom town. Back when coal extracted from countless shafts near the city was needed to power Revachol. No more. The coal was supplanted by petroleum from the ocean floor and hydropower from the Esperance. Everything crumbled. These days, only the weakest remain in Coal City. Their hopes of getting rich linger in the defunct shafts under their feet. Below the old mines, L'Océan Municipal, Revachel's underground cemetery, Le Petit Rat braved the underground passageways, trying to get to Le Royaume.
Petite rats?
Children under 14,
Oh.
they go underground looking for artifacts to sell to foreign museums, and for fabled relics. Their parents let them. They go deeper. After rubies, melchiorite, lapis lazuli, plundered from Safle and Sao during the time of the suzerain. In the burial chambers of the kings, Grand Old Philip, Guillaume II, and even in the mausoleum of Philip the Opulent. 2 kilometers underground, in a winding shaft along whose walls mirrors have been placed, so that daylight may eternally fall upon the richest of all the kings. The mausoleum contains untold quantities of gold, and that special, purest of the pure magenta cocaine, favored by Revacholian royalty.
Pure magenta cocaine. Wipe the snow from your
Few
shoulder.
Petit Rats return from the shafts. Even fewer find what they're looking for. A small child steps out of the black tunnel with silver trinkets in her pockets. All around her,
Lucky parent.
white snow on the extinguished coke furnaces and on the weather-worn shacks where fathers beat their sons after drinking. The snow melts on your fingers, turning to water.
Or lucky kid. The kid could escape a shitty parent if they have a shitty parent. East.
The canal you crossed to get here and beyond it. Martinez proper, the district the police forgot to police. There is laughter, lights, attempts at entrepreneurial activity, cynicism. Someone is scraping snow off their windshield at the roundabout, in the midst of which a statue of Philip III serves as a destination for grade school field trips and a fine perch for winter birds.
That's all?
Like all monuments, it's also a warning. 6-story ruins on the south side of the roundabout cast a long shadow over the profligate king.
And beyond. What profligate king?
A fenced-off yard. There's a truck belonging to a logistics company parked next to the gate. You've heard about it. Bright light from a building behind the fence reflects off its hood. Clean white light coming from the windows of a clean cube-shaped office building hidden amidst ruins. A secret.
Where's the ruby? Yeah, it was
Near, snow falls into dark water. She prays, though she doesn't believe. There is a hum in the air. That's all.
Oh, just a shitty king. Okay, that's what that meant. The north.
An abandoned church that's being turned into a dance club. 4 youths are hard at work there, making it ever harder core.
Yep, I remember that. And further
A
north.
serpentine strip of land weaving its way into the Martinez Inlet. Unfortunates on the run from the law, from themselves. Sometimes hide out on nearby islets. Little dots in the ocean that are occasionally submerged when the tide is high and the weather foul.
And on the islets.
The remains of a camp on a jagged piece of rock. A tent, old dishes and cutlery, long since abandoned. A hermit crab scuttles among the debris, looking for a new shell.
How old is that tent?
Further out,
Something's
the
north.
lights burn bright on Resurrection. Way beyond Martinez, a popular spa destination for ample-bodied Ozon kids with equally ample pockets.
The other side of the island.
Then
Inlet.
there's Ozon, but the snow falls too thick. You cannot see that far.
before that? Before the curtains are drawn?
The Bay of Revachol. Vastness, great depth, over 1,200 meters at its deepest. Water, air brinier than here. It is crisscrossed by huge cargo ships bearing company logos. Wild Pines, Zam, Morian. And at the farthest reaches of the Bay of Revachol, the shadow of the Coalition warship, Archer, on perpetual patrol duty, ready to unleash artillery fire if you were to rise up against the market. You shudder.
You know, it's a lot to ask, but it'd be really cool if this zoomed out, like, to these things that I can't see. Like, the things that the game, like, conceptualizes into art. But it's voiced, so I'm not really complaining, because it's really nice to have this all read out. And all these cool voices and shit. Anyways, what's in the south?
The raised motorway, 881, separating Martinez from Jamrock. Vehicles whoosh past one another day and night, while those who reside in the labyrinthine alleyways beneath the motorway attempt to carry on with their lives in the snow and the slush. And south of the 881 is the Pox.
The Pox
was once a park, a place for reflection and recuperation for the patients of the old military hospital. In the 20s, it was used as a quarantine center during a measles outbreak that killed many children. Most everyone has avoided the hospital and surrounding park ever since. The Pox is completely wild now. Evergreen thickets covered in snow and industrial dust. Feral dogs and even wolves roaming in packs. The police try to keep the deepest corners cordoned off.
But
heavy drug users do slip through and hole up in the old military hospital, hoping to find something to get high on among the hastily abandoned supplies, or just to overdose in peace. A line of motor garages with armored carapaces hunched in the cold. A mechanic is hard at work, patching up bullet holes in the side of a Capri 40. These are the garages of Precinct 41. Snow settles on the roof of the repurposed silk mill. It serves as your station. Shivering RCM personnel hurry in and out of the main entrance. Around you, the snow continues to fall. To the west,
right now.
the ocean swells.
And it sounds like the detectives over at the 41st are actually really fucking good. No, it was home. I want more.
The
Tell
stairs
me more.
descend to central Jamrock. A man named Cooklove has a snow-covered stall there, in the market across the bridge. He sells kebab infested with fly larvae to your colleagues who believe eating it will make them immune to food poisoning.
What? Ethernet? Oh, eating it.
Snow falls on the utility district, the library, the florist, the Sarah Mauritian restaurant that offers homemade wine, and also on the brothels and drug dens, and the chop shops of the Zemlyaki.
I like to think if you ate enough poisoned food, you'd not be poisoned.
All of this built around a lake that formed in a meteorite strike.
It's not how it works, though.
At the center of this lake,
not for food poisoning.
There is a little ship. There are lights at the bottom of its hull. They are lights directed toward the seafloor, looking for something, like whiskers.
Whiskers?
A chill comes over you, crawling down your back. The sand under your feet is wet. Somewhere in the south, tarpaulin flap in the wind.
What's under me?
Layer upon layer of sand, poisoned with industrial runoff.
right.
The storm drainage, hidden bunkers, rats scuttle.
Tell me for the secrets of the sand wind.
Someone stuffed a big old polar anorak into a concrete pipe under the boardwalk. It would keep you warm. You would probably never happen across it. But who knows?
What? There's a anorak? What the fuck's an... It's a jacket, probably. What am I saying? He says polar and it'll probably keep me warm.
We should keep moving. Who knows when the snow will let up.
It's fine. Under the boardwalk. Not this boardwalk, I assume. Does this let us see under the boardwalk?
An old door, worn.
That door could be so fucking useful. I wouldn't be surprised if it is. I also wouldn't be surprised, to be honest, if it was nothing. What's with that noise? Do you hear that? Ugh. Eerie. Pull out the boombox. I'd rather listen to that right now. Oh, like in one of those pipes? If the tide was low enough, maybe? Or if I could just eradicate water entirely? But I can't, so let's go to Kim's car. I wish there were songs that I could collect so I could play them on here. Alright, we're back to his car.
You see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
This is Precinct 57. How may I assist you?
Nothing told me to connect to Sylvie again. Wait, I should probably talk to her, though. Did you find out more about the owner of the armored boots yet?
I got the mercenary's name and a few biographical details. Are you ready?
Yes.
The lieutenant leans in to listen, notebook in hand.
The world will end soon. I was born ready, baby.
That suit of armor was issued to an Oranese citizen named Ellis Kortenaer. That's E-L-L-I-S Kortenaer. Exact date of birth, unknown. He was signed into the Lelystad County Neonatal Care Unit on 28th of February, '09.
So that's all the way back in '09.
He was found as a newborn in a leaf compactor near an abandoned farm. He spent 4 months in the neonatal unit, survived apparently, and was assigned to a foster family at 2.
Okay.
According to Klasia, Lele said his real name wasn't really his. Perhaps that's because he was fostered.
Yeah, that would make sense.
This is what the ICP knows about him. He was raised by foster parents, entered the Eastbrand Military Academy in Vredefort at 17, then served in the Oranese forces till he was honorably discharged in 41, just a year before the Seminole conflict.
Damn, she got his whole ass life story. Discarded in 41, just a year before the 70s conflict.
Then
Okay.
the armor followed him to Seminine, or at least I assume it did. And that's it. There are no records of his employment in Crenel, or any of its other incarnations, or him even entering Revachon.
That's a pretty good question. Why was he in a leaf compactor?
It's a garden tool used to press leaves into these cubes. It's a detail the hospital had, the only detail in these files. So I thought it would be good for you to know.
Okay.
It is. Thank you, Alice.
His parents tried to kill him with a fucking leaf compactor. Any information on his foster parents?
None, officer. Sorry.
So all we have to connect him to Crenel is the armor.
Even that is a small miracle. These organizations usually double-check their inventory. Thank you, Alice. Great work.
No problem, Lieutenant.
A compliment from Lieutenant Kitsuragi. Not bad.
For her or
The
for
name.
me?
This is very good. Elise Cortenard.
This means something to him. To know that name. Like naming a case. It's important.
Alright.
Sometimes police work is about human dignity. About giving back names to anonymous victims.
Kinda.
I'm glad the
It's a good
inquiry was
thing
helpful
about
to your
cops.
investigation, officer. Did you have any other questions?
Connect me to Sylvie again.
Just a second, officer. Sylvie Malaika on the line for you, officer. Yes, hello?
Hey, Sylvie, it's the police again!
Great. What else do you need, detective?
You seen my gun?
Please, no. Not this again. Everyone saw your cool gun, detective.
I showed you my gun. When did that happen?
You were trying to impress some people with it. Everyone was eating, and...
And what did I
you
do?
were waving it around in everyone's face, begging them to describe it. You said it calms you, and then you started making suicide jokes. It got pretty graphic.
I remember this. You were screaming things like, "My brains are all over the wall," painting them red. I won't be seeing it, 'cause these are my brains. I can't see without my brains. Very nice visuals there. Some poor sod was trying to eat his pudding while you were screaming, spit flying, imitating the mercy shot right next to him. Spat some in his food. I don't think he touched it after.
Nah, I'm not saying not what to say. I'm gonna say this one just 'cause it's cheery.
There is silence on the other end of the line.
Yeah, but what happened to
No
my gun?
idea. All I know is next you were waving around money instead, saying things like big bucks cannot lie and guns can't buy money, but money can always buy guns.
Guns can buy... what? Guns can't buy money, but you can sell your gun, so... kinda?
It almost looked like you pawned it. But Believe me, I did not ask.
Want to grab a cup of coffee with me sometimes? Hell
No,
no.
absolutely not.
Good.
Ouch. That's like 20 points of pride damage right there, buddy.
I'm fine. I've got like pride armor from my my sheer amount of pride fatitude. Test her story. Was it you who called the police?
No, not me.
But why didn't you call? Didn't the corpse behind your workplace bother
What?
you?
Of course it bothered me. But I thought the Union already knew about the corpse.
What does the Union have to do with anything?
No one calls the police. The Union would get angry.
What do you mean by
You
that?
know, what the Union says goes. People listen to them and they take care of their own, which is like everyone here.
Garbage.
Garbage. I am the authority around here. Looks like there's a limit to my authority then. Tell me why exactly did you let a corpse hang in your backyard for weeks instead of calling us?
I didn't want to get in trouble with the others.
Push her further. Show her the error of her ways. No, don't push her. It sounds as if she's about to cry.
What others?
The other people who live around here. Local people. I didn't want trouble.
Her voice is resigned and weak.
What trouble?
You don't live here. You don't understand. Squealing is frowned upon here. Everything is dealt with, well, by the Union, internally. Please, I just didn't want any trouble.
Okay. I'm gonna push. You ignored the law to save your own skin.
I didn't know I had to report it. I thought someone would take him down eventually.
It's okay, things happen. It's not your fault.
Yes, I know. It's just... Was there anything else?
Yeah, you could have told me what the fuck
Yeah,
happened,
go on.
motherfucker. I think that's all I can
You
get out
hear
of her,
the
though.
cord breaking up.
I was
on the
hoping
other
I
end
could
of the
get some
radio,
more
and then the
out of
already
her, see if she
familiar
was
voice.
lying.
Anything else I can help you with, officer?
Doesn't seem like she is.
57th, over and out.
In the cabin, you see a set of steering levers, a radio on a hook, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheater gauge.
Close the door. Map. Let's go to the backyard, see if there's a wall here to investigate now. No, well, alright, let's read some books. Oh yeah, should I talk to these guys again?
Yes? What is it?
Look, something's really bugging me. Are we or are we not from the same police station?
God damn it, you leave her alone. Keep your weird bullshit to yourself and be professional for once, for fuck's sake.
The issue is that you're being unprofessional and rude instead of telling me
Can
if
I
I'm right
actually
or
help you with
wrong. You're
something?
making it weirdly suspicious.
Yes, of course. Preposterous. I mean, you would remember if they were, right? Who forgets their squad mates? That's not possible.
Again? I can't.
God, I should just slap the shit out of him. Fucking hell.
The machine is dead.
It's a shame still. Anyways, let's read a book out here. What to read? The greatest innocence. Oh, it's about... Okay. I've got Two Men from Hymndals. A kid's book. I want to read The Medical Purposes of the Pale. Oh no, wait. I already did. I was trying to make a fucking...
Medicinal purposes of the pearl. Very well.
hangover cure.
First, next, lastly, you've created a delicious tincture of would you like to try again? You close the book and find yourself staring at the familiar cover once more. Cup of the Apocalypse. It's not fire. It's not ash. There will most certainly be a sea of corpses leading up to the event. But it won't be war or pestilence that causes it. Oh no. The event will belong to a genre of cataclysm no man has dared to suspect would ever come to pass. You can only sense the shape of it, like a cavity, a pit opening up in your stomach, a throat into which the world will vanish. The streets, the grass, the stars, all will be rolled back. By whom, by what, and how, you don't know. All you know is, you're not joking around.
It raised the learning cap to 6 for Inland Empire, which was already that high. I think it raised it by 1. In all reality. It didn't raise it by 6. Which would have been nice. At least it didn't, like, lower it to 6 or anything. It still raised it, regardless of it not being able to. This one takes 20 hours. Let's do it. Anyways. That's for failing to make a hangover cure, which sucks. That's something I didn't finish reading.
The Porterreal is just what you...
Okay.
The Greatest Innocence by João Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego. The book is large and heavy.
Crack open the immense tome.
Browsing through the various chapters, You try your best to understand the ceaseless overflow, the sprawl of names, dates, places, events historical. Most of it ends up as a twisted mass of facts inside your brain. You can do it. It'll be worth it. There's something here. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well, it's pop quiz time. Let's see what you've learned. This might take a few minutes. You ready?
Oh god, no, let me out of here. Sure, why
That's
not?
the spirit. Here we go. Question 1. Who was the first innocence? Oh yeah, this is what I was made for.
It was... That's so? Alright, go on. Give me all the
A
hints you
pop
got.
quiz is a short examination designed to test your knowledge without any prior warning or announcement. Such exams allow the teacher to assess how thoroughly the students have retained the material at hand. Voila. Now blast that first innocence. Thanks for nothing.
He told me about pop quizzes and then didn't tell me about the first
Dolores
question.
Day. Dolores.
I know who it is. It's Dolores Day.
Incorrect. Dolores Day was the
Right.
innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. She codified parliamentary democracy and created modern institutions. Among these, the moral intern, she was powerful and beautiful on all her icons. Her colors are silver, white, and apricot. And when you think her name, Dolores, stomach acid
It's the only
rises to the
innocence I
back of your
remember being
throat,
told of,
and it hurts. You see a flash silver, a wreath, an airport bag, and blonde
Airport
hair.
bag.
You don't know why. Another choice, perhaps? Steer clear of this one. There's something terrible about this one.
What?
A strange sensation of loss. When she left the earth, the dust, and the ice, and the humans. That is unimportant to the quiz. Stop thinking about this. Yes, the quiz is impersonal. No need to rouse sensations in yourself at the mention of Dolores Day. Who was the first innocence? It wasn't Dolores Day.
Soul?
Incorrect. Sola was anointed during the previous century and
This is
even
something
lived
I can
to
learn
see
from,
the
though,
current
all
one.
the time, though.
She was an urban planner
If I just
who
clear
spoke her
all the
mind
wrong
and
ones.
largely left history to its own devices,
Man,
encouraging people to
fucking-
excel on
they
their
have to
own
mow the lawn
rather
today.
than prescribing to a deified model of history. She is often called an anti-innocence.
So, like, fully wrong answer.
Sola resigned after an assassination attempt by a Yugo nationalist who blamed her for not taking the side of the left during the turn-of-the-century revolutions. Innocences don't usually resign. Care to try again? Correct. Nothing much is known about him. It's not even clear that he was a he, but Franco Negro presumed as such and called him Pius. He's depicted as a young man with molten gold pouring out of his mouth. All he spoke was gold. It's said he invented God and equality of men before God. He also introduced the gold standard as a way for measuring people's love for Aurum. As the first innocence, he declared
Aurum?
that there should be more of those like him. It is presumed his disciples were the beginning of the Holy Party, the founding party. Question 2. Who was the strongest innocence? Easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody.
Yeah, go on. Sure, try again. I trust you've got
An
my back.
innocence is the highest category of historical personage in the world, a literal personification of history. Traditionally, an innocence, when anointed, assumes supreme rule over the Occident or the known world in general, at least the parts that matter.
Yeah, so interesting. But I thought you'd give me the answer to the question.
I can do better. Okay, So commonly, an innocence does not enforce his or her power through military power. This is seen as unnecessary. The innocence wins because an innocence can't help but win, for their deeds are inevitabilities. Did this help?
No.
Damn.
Damn.
Dolores.
Fucking God. Vesper Messina.
Incorrect. Vesper Messina
Who is that, though?
is not a person, but a defunct state on the southeastern coast of the Occident. It used to take up most of the peninsula before separating into the republics of Vesper and Messina. Care to try again?
Yeah, that sounds about right. Tell me about the Franco Negros.
Correct. Named the innocence of militarism, he codified
What?
hereditary rule, but at the same time ended serfdom and established the Inter-Isolari Real as the global reserve currency. He also established the concept of the nation.
Oh, so he determined what our current money standard is. The real thing. Confided hereditary rule. Same time ended serfdoms and established the intersolary rate. Okay. Powerful man.
Franco Negro attempted to solve the rising tensions between the aristocracy and bourgeoisie by building a unified society in which every man has a place and a mission, but at the same time may rise to nobility provided on the strength of his virtue.
Money.
Question 3. Who was the false innocence? Got it under control. No problem. Solid on this one. It's widespread historical information.
I just like talking to him, seeing what the fuck random bullshit he says. You going to be helpful this time? I could use a hand.
Yes, there exists a group called the Founding Party, known as the Holy Party, during the time of the Pericarnacian. This, the world's oldest international organization, spends its time in search of either the re-emergence of the innocents or new members. There seems to be a mix-up with the sources. It's not my fault. At least it clearly wasn't Dolores Day.
God.
She wouldn't be false. She's beautiful.
It's probably Dolores, but I can learn about all three of these other guys, so I'm gonna do that. Erno Pasternak?
Correct.
What?
There have been a number of counter or false innocences. Some
Fuck.
assumed to have innocentic qualities. Some who just thought so themselves. Occasionally, they have the support of a faction inside the ecclesiastic organization, and accusations of foul play have arisen. The most famous and important of these was Erno Pasternak. He was into torture, despotism, hymns, cannons, and world conquest, but got defeated and humiliated by Stepan the Despicable of Kedra.
And thusly he was considered a false idol because he failed.
Final stretch. You've come so far and learned so much. This is the most important one. Question 4. Who was the greatest innocence? The most important of them all. The most precious to humankind. I've got it. Honest.
Okay, I'm sure you do. I'll
Of
bite. Hit
course,
me.
this is my thing. The reason I exist in this world. The correct answer is Franco Negro.
You're absolutely
Zero
certain.
doubts.
Alright, I'm gonna say it anyways. Because I don't think that's right anyways.
Incorrect. While Franco Negro built concrete churches and cathedrals, and while many people, especially the Mesk, consider him a father figure, due to his militarism and nationalism, João Paulo Salomão Lopes de Fuego argues differently. Another choice, perhaps? Oh yes, militarism and nationalism. My bad.
Good job, Encyclopedia.
Yes, obviously.
Dumbass. We just went over it too. Who's this guy? Wait, was that the same guy I just listed? Yeah, it's Dolores Day. Tell me more about this
Incorrect.
fucker.
He was a violent bastard, out to torture,
Oh
maim,
yeah, he
and
was the
kill
false innocence.
whoever stood in his way. He was also a false innocence, disqualifying him from being the greatest and most important and most precious to humankind. Would you like to try again?
Dolores Day.
Correct. The Mesk might see Franco Negro as the father of nations, but as of this century, there's been a great shift in attitude. Dolores Day has become widely regarded as the greatest innocence, a most radical change to the whole fabric of the world. Everything from inter-esolary travel to the connected world to 3 consecutive scientific revolutions can be traced back to her. Every decade that passes, she seems less human somehow, and more beautiful. Congratulations on finishing the test. The results and your subsequent grade have been calculated. You get a D. Not particularly remarkable, but technically a passing grade. Not that anyone really expected better. You would have done better if you just left Dolores Day for the end. Dial the Dolores Day down a bit.
Damn you, you arrogant book.
What's going on with you?
Thinks it's so smart. The book is the book thinks it's so smart, god damn.
Okay.
You are shouting at an inanimate object, like a real weirdo. No wonder you seem to have trouble with the right answers.
Can I open it again?
The
and do that
greatest
whole thing
innocence. Browsing through the... You can do it. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well. It's pop quiz time. Let's see. It seems rather unfair to try again. Oh yeah. This is what I was made for. Incorrect. So Sola resigned after an assassination. Correct. As the question easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody. Correct. Franco Neg question got it under control. No problem. Correct. The most final stretch. I've got it. Honest. Correct. The Mesk might see Franco Negro as the father of everything. Congratulate and A. All correct. Impressive. Oddly so. You really navigated some treacherous waters here. Well done.
I really did do that entirely on purpose. I knew it would do something. Got you this time, not so smart anymore.
The lieutenant is doing his best to ignore your behavior.
Just yelling at a book in the middle of a fucking hostel.
Yeah, sure. It's so much easier once you know the answers, right?
Yeah, it's like if, you know, you read the book. Like I technically had. And the only way for me to actually read the book was to do the stupid test. Okay. Dick Mullen.
In your hand, you hold Dick Mullen and the mistaken identity. The brittle paperback feels fragile to the touch.
Examine
The cover
it.
features a pastiche of different scenes. In the foreground, a man in a dark overcoat clutches a pistol to his chest. Rising up behind him are 2 silhouettes wrapped in a passionate embrace.
Okay.
The tagline reads, Detective Dick Mullen must prove his innocence after an old friend is murdered by someone who looks just like Dick Mullen. That seems to sum up the premise nicely. Needless to say, it violates nearly every RCM regulation for a detective to investigate a murder in which he is a suspect.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Are you really reading that, detective?
I need to know who this Dick Mullen
Good luck
guy
finding
is.
it. He's not much of a character, I think you'll find. Just a stand-in for the reader.
The point is for the reader to feel like they're solving the crime along with Dick Mullen. A crude narrative convention, but no less effective for it.
Read
The
it.
story opens with a knock at the door. Detective Dick Mullin is greeted by an old friend, Charlie Spillane, who's come to Mullin to ask a favor on this dark and cold night. Spillane needs Mullin to drive him in from Vesper to a small town along the Insulindian coast. Despite his friend's apparent agitation, Mullin does as he's asked, then returns home where he passes out drunk, as he does most nights. An extremely unprofessional and hurtful stereotype that's offensive to all upstanding officers of the law.
I can't judge.
2 days later, Mullin is arrested by the Vesper police and charged with the murder of Charlie Spillane. At his interrogation, Mullin learns that Charlie Spillane was shot in a bar in the very town Mullin dropped him off in by a man matching Mullin's description. Desperate to clear his name, Mullin manages to convince the Vesper police to release him for 3 days so that Mullin may solve his friend's murder and prove his innocence.
The cops release their prime murder suspect so he can find the real killer? Are you shitting me?
What's the matter, detective?
I don't know who's writing this shit, but I get the feeling they aren't experts on homicide
The lieutenant
investigation.
shrugs, resigned to the idea that his profession will rarely, if ever, be accurately represented in art and literature. They're not shitting you, detective. This is what the writers think passes for police procedure.
Oh god. Okay, so Mullen didn't do it.
Of course, Mullin didn't do it. That's the whole premise of the book. Anyway, Mullin returns to the seaside bar where Spillane was murdered and meets a beautiful, mysterious woman named Diana DeNerva.
I feel like I've read this before. Nice, a dame.
And not just any dame. She's truly one in a million. A knockout whose mind is as dangerous as her curves. But she's got a secret.
Man, who doesn't?
Secrets are the currency of human relations.
Eh.
Your secrets
Are
are
they?
unknown, even
Actually,
unto
that's
you.
that's a
So does that make you a rich man
genuine saying.
or a beggar?
It makes me the equivalent of the drunk guy over on the other side of the canal with his 2 buddies. A rich man who has none of his money and is homeless. A white whale. Okay, now it's getting interesting.
Deneuve reveals that she was Spillane's lover and that he was mixed up with a local amphetamine smuggling operation. As soon as Mullin begins pulling at strings, the whole conspiracy begins to unravel. Not only is the local police captain in on the amphetamine ring, so is the son of a powerful politician and a strung-out art collector named Torvald, each of whom has his own reasons for wanting Spillane dead.
Tell me about the corrupt captain again.
Outwardly, the old police captain is a real law and order crypto-fascist, a barrel-chested man who's beaten his share of suspects to pulp. But he's also dirty and increasingly paranoid that someone's going to expose his role in the drug ring.
Ooh.
He would certainly have the motive and the means, but the captain walks with a noticeable limp from an old war injury. Is it possible that he was able to conceal it long enough to commit the murder?
I want to hear about the politician's son.
A typical privileged twat. In all likelihood, he's just in over his head. He does bear a personal grudge against Spillane, though, a former prosecutor who nearly brought down his father's administration.
That sounds pretty bad.
The kid doesn't exactly have Dick Mullin's manly build, but he is the correct height, and while interrogating him at his home, Mullin did notice a certain overcoat that looks suspiciously like his own.
What was that about an art collector? Yeah, is there Yeah, why is an
Torvald,
art
the
collector
art
at all
collector,
important?
is a strung-out mess. Frankly, it's hard to imagine him holding a pistol steady enough to actually hit someone, let alone plug them 3 times in the chest the way Ospelane got did. That said, Torvald and Spillane have a long history, and while interrogating him, Mullen discovers that Torvald was once involved with Deanna Deneuve. Could it be that this is all over a sordid love triangle?
Probably not, though it probably has something to do with it in a different way.
One evening, Deanna Deneuve comes to Mullen's hostel room in tears. The two of them drink half a bottle of vodka, and soon they're seeking comfort in each other's arms. Yes, comfort and pleasure. The warmth of another human's touch. The burning taste of liquor on her full, sweet lips. Well, that testimony won't be admissible any longer.
That testimony won't be admissible any longer. Ha ha ha. I can probably use this to heal, so I'm gonna save it. I'm just guessing. Not sure I'm happy with this, but maybe the story will turn
As the
it
two
around.
lovers share a post-coital cigarette, Deanna Deneuve turns to Mullen and says, "By the way, Dick, there was something else I meant to tell you. I love you." Whatever it is, Mullen never hears the words. A blow to the base of his skull knocks him out cold instantly. When Mullen comes to, Deneuve is dead on the hostel bed next to him. To make matters worse, his clothes are covered with her blood.
Double fuck.
Mullen trashes his blood-stained clothes and flees the hostel, knowing it's only a matter of hours before the cops discover Deneuve's body, if they haven't been tipped off already. Fleeing a crime scene, destroying evidence. Even if Detective Mullen didn't commit the murder, he should be facing years behind bars. Dick Mullen won't be sent to the clink for the sake of some legal niceties. The heat is on. If Dick Mullen can't solve both murders before the cops catch up to him, he's going away for life. Can you solve the case before the cops close in?
Wait, I've got some questions first.
What is it, Detective?
Okay. Yeah, what do people want him dead?
It's a dangerous line of
It's
work,
important.
but somebody has to do it. That's why Dick Mullen never lets anyone get too close.
Yeah, he says that after fucking someone. Why did Dick Mullen become a detective in the first
There was
place?
never a time when he wasn't a detective. He was born a detective.
Was I not born to be a
For a
detective?
moment, you cease to read the story on the page and see the book for what it is. A collection of brittle, cheaply printed pages held together by glue made from the hooves of horses. You won't find the answers you're looking for here, in other
Yeah.
words.
Good point. Why brother? Why? That's not even gonna help. I don't have any questions. I
So,
figured all
who
that.
did it, Detective? Who killed Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve?
Dick Mullen? Dick Mullen? Love did the man.
What? That doesn't even make sense. There's never a straight answer with you, is there? You just get hooked on random stupid notions and then repeat them every chance you get.
Wow, what if you mean Dick Mullen book?
Now go on. Find out who really did it.
Oh, I can't guess again.
You
Finish it.
begin furiously flipping through pages. Even as you know these books follow a series of well-worn tropes, you find yourself completely engrossed. You're turning pages so fast, you don't even notice the ancient spine coming unglued. You try to grab the pages as they come loose, but your fingers aren't quick enough. They're gone.
Fuck.
Dozens of pages scatter across the floor. The last fifth or so of the book seems to have been lost. It's possible that you could gather and reassemble the pages, but it would take way too long.
Stupid old horse glue.
Yes. The problem with mass-market paperbacks. They are not made to last. Perhaps this is a sign that you should get back to solving your own murder, huh, detective?
No, it's just a
In
few
your
pages.
hand, you hold 4/5 of Dick Mullen and the mistaken identity. Why? There's truly no point. You'll never know who did it, because those pages have literally been scattered to the wind. In your hand,
That's so
you hold
fucked.
4/5 of Dick Mullen and the mistaken identity.
Put the book down. Fuck that, though. Let's see if this can help me at all. A primer for small kids.
You hold in your hand the colorful primer. The title reads, "A Primer for Small Kids." There's a bear involved.
Exactly what I need.
This book will show you the score, get you oriented with those basic concepts you appear to be hazy on. The anthropomorphic bear will give you the lowdown of your life. The alphabet.
The alphabet. Flip through the
Every
pages.
page has one word designating one letter of the alphabet with a faded illustration. Most of them are scientific and cultural principles. It goes as follows.
Let's do this.
A is for azimuth. B is for Boreas. C is for cosine. D is for diamite. E is for ellipse. F is for phlogiston. G is for gamete. H is for homeboy. I is for
Homeboy.
econ. J is for Eura. K is for collapse. L is for laudanum. M is for myriad. N is for nadir. O is for aureole. P is for perihelion.
Not stoically.
Q is for quasar. R is for rhododendron. S is for sinus. T is for tricolor. U is for ultra. V is for vector. W is for Wahrheit. X is for xylophone. Y is for Ustava. Z is for zenith.
That's it.
That's it. You know the alphabet now.
Cam, I know the alphabet now.
Good. I also know the alphabet.
Hell yeah! We're alphabet bros. That's so fucking funny. You could just get an alphabet book. Yeah, let's read this next one.
The man from Heomdall stares. The story opened. By nightfall, only the man from Heomdall and his blood brother, no 9
trouble
to
now.
Ribald. The man from Heomdall bellows over the army of flesh and bone. Have courage for the Northlands. For Heomdall. He leaps to the mezzanine to face the black-eyed figure, and like a mad ice bear, whirling twin Zweihanders, Sturm and Drang, he plows through the ranks of the deathless, surrounding the necromancer.
No,
And
not the
with deadly
necromancer.
finesse, his twin blades scissor the necromancer's head from its body. The undead legions collapse
be an epic
like
movie.
ragdolls as the dark magic leaves them,
I wouldn't
and
be
the
surprised
two
if there
Northmen
was
stand
gonna
alone
be at
in
least
their
one
cursed temple, where the bodies
shitty
of their lost brothers litter the floors.
of this. Skip ahead.
A few chapters later, the man from Heomdall and Tiribald are in a completely different setting, high above an arid desert, riding a pair of griffins that always seem to appear at narratively convenient moments.
Yeah, sounds about right.
This book makes a mockery of the very idea of good plotting, though something tells you coherence was never the point.
Yeah, I don't think it was.
The Northmen find themselves in the court of a powerful southern king, Lord Hrothgar. The old king beseeches the man from Heimdall to rid his kingdom of the Nachtherra, a subterranean clan of blind wizards who traded their souls for demonic powers.
Ooh.
The man from Heimdall extracts a high price from the desperate king. He asks land for the homeless desert pygmies living exiled in the kingdom's borderlands. Hrothgar offers the hand of his eldest daughter instead, but the son of winter does not budge.
All aboard for slaughter. Hold on. Why is the man from Heimdall doing any of
What
this
do you
shit?
mean?
Like, why is he doing it?
Because the flame of justice burns bright within his chest. Because, above all, he's driven to bring honor to the name of his beloved Heimdall. Because his noble Cutlan blood lusts for glory and conquest.
Cutlan?
It cannot be denied.
Cutlan. Okay. Fair enough, let's get back in there.
You skip past a section detailing an elaborate banquet with many toasts, as well as the long and perilous journey from Hrothgar's keep to the ancient forest of Yesdor, where our heroes infiltrate the Nachtherra's dire hall. In the center of the great hall stands a blood altar on which a pair of Nachtherra are disemboweling a shrieking peasant, an unholy rite that empowers the Nachtherra forbidden magic. As the vile ceremony ends, the sound of steel unsheathing draws the Nachtherra's attention to a pair of cloaked figures standing in the doorway. Swiftly, the visitors toss off their cloaks and unsheathe glimmering northern steel. It's the man from Heimdall and his valiant blood brother, Tyribald.
Tyribald. Yeah, who else would
In
it
an
be?
instant, the Nachtherra summon a horde of gibbering orcanoids who rush our heroes. The hall fills with the clang of blades and the screams of the dying as the floor goes slick with steaming orcanoid viscera. Oh, for fuck's sake. When the din of battle settles, only the man from Heimdall and Tyribald remain standing. Exhausted and dripping with the entrails of their foes, the two Northmen confront the foul Nachtherra. The man from Heimdall's soda-like blue eyes fill with indescribable fury. For the Northlands, he cries, rushing headlong into a desperate melee.
Cut him up! Heimdall man!
He probably is, but you can't be sure, because this one ends in a cliffhanger and a footnote saying, to be continued in Heimdall man at the gates of tomorrow. Coming soon to your local bookstore. Considering the sheer amount of different Heimdall books out there, it's very unlikely you're ever gonna find the sequel. The man from Heimdall stares at you on the cover, his face fixed in grim resolve.
That's so fucked up. Put the book away. It's like the first book, you'll never find the sequel, but you can find this one. Oh. Well, let's read
The
it
edges of the
anyways.
pages are worn and smudged. A lot of people have read about the Devil Woman's altercations with the Heimdall man.
Look at the back
The
cover.
jacket copy proclaims, Man from Heimdall returns in his most exciting adventure yet. After crashing into a strange jungle, cannibalistic natives abduct his only surviving comrade, noble Tyribald. Before Man from Heimdall can mount a rescue, he is ambushed by a tribe of female warriors and taken to the ancient citadel of Cloud City, where a mysterious and wicked queen rules supreme. Will Man from Heimdall be able to escape his dire situation and find his missing friend?
Okay, time to flip
You
through the book.
open the book to a
See if he
random
finds his
page.
missing friend.
Man from Helmdal, wielding his two Zweihanders, is carving through a sea of savages, his visage fixed in grim determination. His arms, whirling like windmills, are soaked with the blood of his enemies. Mangled
Windmills.
corpses litter the battlefield. Good God, this is some retrograde stuff. When was this shit written? You flip to the copyright page. This book was written in 38.
38? You flip through to the copyright page. Oh shit, great.
Berserker rage burns in his azure-hued eyes as he brings glory and honor to his long-lost Heimdalla tribe. From the village of Heimdall, the ivory giant roars like an ice bear, and the winds of Gatla howl out his name. Man from Heimdall rides on a gilded griffin, his golden mane billowing in the breeze. Both Zweihanders sheathed on his back. He is off to war. Will he conquer his enemies? Will he conquer himself?
He won't.
The steel muscles of man from Heimdall gleam in the humid jungle air. Yet the man does not sweat. In meditation, his soul drifts in the frigid northlands he calls home.
Okay, holy shit, this is so me. Really get into the
A
book.
passage reads, the man from Heimdall looks up, his eyes blue as the mountain lakes of his homeland. He rarely speaks, but now his voice booms in the darkened throne room. Do not try to sap my masculine essence, wicked temptress. Son of Heimdall will never succumb to your seductive wiles.
Yes!
Thine spells are no match for purity and strength of will.
What a rant.
Brothers of Heimdall, stand above the vices of flesh, for it is weak and corruptible, yet mine is forged in gore and strife. Queen Lydiana just laughs, a sultry and salacious sound, then says, I have grand plans for you, man from Heimdall. She gestures her diabolical hand toward an array of potions and unguents. First, you shall please me. Then lead my armies against the vicious cannibals. Not a muscle moves in the face of the man from Heimdall. Yet inside, there is turmoil. This goes against all he holds sacrosanct.
Wow, this is
In
epic.
the final pages, man from Heimdall mounts Galavarin, his mighty griffin, and turns his gaze to the horizon. Queen Lydiana is dead, but an army of cannibals is storming the gates, and still there's no word of trusty Tyribald. To find out what happens next, you'll have to pick up Man from Heimdall and the Three-Eyed Skull, available in fine bookstores everywhere. Spring 39.
Spring 39. These are some old books. God. Not as old as my character, though. All I can do left is medical purposes of the Pale.
Medicinal purposes of the Pale. Very well. First, choose a base ingredient.
This.
Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle.
Birch or
Lastly,
aloe vera.
is there anything else you'd like to add? You've created a delicious tincture. Would you like to try
I wish
again?
it would
You
fix
close
itself,
the
it
book
just doesn't.
and
Wait. If
medicinal flipping
open the
through
book
the
again.
book, you find a number of sections on
Oh,
the
yeah.
general benefits
I get
of
general
the Pale.
health
Have you
advice.
taken any walks through the Pale recently?
don't even know what the pale thing is. How could I have walked
The
through it?
book is frustratingly vague on this topic, but it seems that if you've walked through the Pale, you would know it. Flipping through the book, you find... Have you taken any walks?
Twice a
and
week.
on your walks, do you stop to meditate on the nature of your being?
Totally, every
Good.
time.
And when you meditate, are you in the nude?
Oh yeah, buck naked.
Excellent. You're doing everything as you should. Regular Pale meditation has been shown to help keep your body lithe and strong, your mind alert and expansive. A note
Alright.
of caution, however. Be sure to limit your exposure to the Pale to no more than an hour a day and no more than 3 hours total per week. Flipping through the book, you find a number. Have you taken any walks? And on your walks, do you stop to med? You need to do that. It's important for opening up your archaeogenous zones.
The fuck's that?
They're a series of psychic nodes located throughout your body. Unfortunately, the stresses of modern life often cause us to close off our archaeogenous zones, which can result in all manner of physical and psychic ailments.
Oh no.
Regular meditation in the Pale, however, can help to open up these zones, permitting the free flow of psychic energy throughout the body.
I do very much. I meditate
Good.
all the time.
And when you meditate, are you in the nude?
What? No.
Nudity is the most important part. Of the many ways modern society prevents our true selves from manifesting, clothing may be the most repressive. You probably can't even take off your pants, can you? Nor should you.
Nor
Nudity
should
is
you.
shameful. No officer of the law should ever be called sans pantalones.
Son pantalones. Unlike my disco experience to get across the roof, I just don't feel like it. I could, but Kim's here.
Your partner is even more repressed than you are. It would do you both a world of good to spend a little more time getting in touch with your bodies. You glance over at the lieutenant, who is standing, as usual, with his hands neatly folded behind his back. What he's thinking about, if he's thinking about anything at all, is absolutely opaque to you.
I just want to point out, I just made this man sit around for like 6 hours. Or longer. Yeah, like 9 hours. Most of the day, you know, just sitting outside. I mean, sitting inside, reading a book. And I'm sure he appreciates it considering how fucking often I don't do that.
The tear machines.
Damn, I don't have any tear though. Huh.
A lorry stuck in the traffic jam.
Okay. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, right.
A lorry abandoned. The smell of sick. There's something odd about the passenger seat. The seating fabric has been pulled tight over the lower side of the seat with... These are movie posters featuring starlets from long forgotten... One of them particularly catches your eye. A centerfold of an ingenue attached right above the back seat. There's definitely perfume in the air. It's spicy, with a hint of amberette, wafting through the bitter air of the cabin. The actress is draped in a sheath dress. One of her... A feeling of tenderness washes over you. A longing even, perhaps. And gentle tragedy. This is Tijon, a starlet from the dawn of cinematography, less known for her talent than her tragic, untimely death.
What happened to her?
She wasted away in a drug den called the Door to the River, not far from here, on Boogie Street, a mixture of cocaine and morphine. She was afraid of the world, and the
Cocaine
camera,
fiend.
too.
Nah, just cocaine fiend. Stop and wonder what's
The
this
remnants
about?
of a sweet juniper-scented the actresses
I was
and the
hoping
rear
that
actor
I
all
could get
smile
something
you.
from
A
them.
metallic drawer slides out from the seat. It's an issue of Petty. It looks like an article.
The Ulan frequency system? I've never heard of that before. I know of FM, AM, UKV, but...
The Ulan, never heard of it. Alright.
Pull out toolbox slice back into its nest. The rest is you close the rust.
Alright, I think I actually got what the fuck I was looking for. Just him to notice that. So we still need to find a Ruby. We know where she is. I need my gun back. Where's the location to get my gun back? To be a police officer, you must meet her near the old fishing market at 2200 and get your service weapon back. How do I pass the time for the next 4 hours? I don't know, can I call my precinct again and fuck around with them?
Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone.
Nah, I couldn't. It wouldn't let me. Totally wouldn't let me. I could go to the bookstore real quick, see if there's any more books to actually get.
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks. Rows and rows of Dollar men blur your vision. You may be 100, not even close. Man from Heimdall in hell. Man from...
Oh, blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic at last, someone sensible. However, I still urge you to buy one. Can't judge a book by the cover, they say. If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Heimdall, the man...
Shame. I don't know. I get the board games,
a small
right?
mountain
fucking
of colorful board game boxes. There are
loaded.
numerous types of games for all ages. A lot of shelf space.
Wonderful choice, sir. A wholesome family game. If you say so, but you better stay away from those immoral occult rituals.
I'm only gonna be doing occult rituals. What the fuck are you talking about?
Shelves filled to the crime fiction. These books, furthermore, they have no idea how hard it is to simply remove a body from a tree.
They don't.
What's
They
more,
really
they
don't. It's
completely
so fucking
ignore
hard.
the psychological hardships of year after
Took
year
like 4
coming into
days,
contact
ugh.
with people during the worst days of their lives.
Yep.
Not a single mention of all the stress this work creates upon the officer's family. Shelves filled to...
It's not. There's not gonna be anything else. I bet. But everything here.
This bookstore is not strictly about crime. These three things are very important to the working class mind. The point of the book, and many others on this shelf, various paranatural books still litter the shelf.
I am just stalling.
Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Little girl, help! My Dick Mullen book ripped before I could get to the end. Do you know what happened?
Which book was it, sir?
Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity.
Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. I haven't read that one yet. I wish I could help you.
Oh no, that's so fucked up. Can I talk to her about it?
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to Crime, Romance,
Dick Mullen book
and
fell apart
Biographies of
before I
Famous
could get
People.
to the end. Do you have another copy?
Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. Some of these old paperbacks just don't have the durability. I would be happy to sell you another one, but unfortunately, it's the last copy we had in stock.
Pain. Not knowing the end to something. Truly awful. Oh yes, I also have these now. Suzerainty and the Worrell.
Give up. You'll never find the answer.
No.
There's no other copy of Dick Mullen and the Mistaken Identity here.
There has to be a way to solve it. Come on.
There isn't. If only you had more time, more resources. Who knows what you could have come up with?
Something better than the book, probably.
Maybe if there had been more money and less speed. Or more speed.
Electrochemistry, that's not what we're talking about.
That, yes. Either way, you might have been able to come up with an answer, but not like this.
It actually is a true disappointment.
That's it. You got it.
Got what?
The whole shebang.
Oh, the coat and the hat?
The coat, the hat, the swindle so crooked a Yegman couldn't break it. Yegman, that's either a safe breaker or someone who works almost exclusively with egg yolks. The deaths of Charlie Spillane and Deanna Deneuve, the case Dick Mullen was on. That's what this crooked swindle must be.
So they did love each other to death. Wait, why are you talking like that?
This is how I always talk. Move on. The swindle. Cracked it like a discounted safe. You're right. He used to be more polite.
Yeah.
Classic case of Mullen mania. A well-documented condition.
So they did love each other to death.
Don't think like a cop. Cops don't solve cases. They slide nippers on the goons and take them into big houses. But they don't solve anything. The
Why not?
Dicks, Gumhills, Hawkshaws, Peepers, Sleuths. Men like Mullen and you. Bullseye,
So am I a dick?
a snooper, and a damn good one.
Hell yeah. I don't feel like a private investigator. I think I've always felt like a private investigator. Private investigators are just disrupting police work and endangering civilians. I don't feel like a
If
private
there's any
investigator.
doubt, consult your trusty Dick Mullen book and reconnect with the real you. Him, Dick Mullen. You, him. Use. Modus Mullen.
Modus Mullen. Okay, fucking weird. I do have the hat and the coat though. They write about that. Oh, fuck. I wonder if I still had the photo, I could have given it to him. Probably. Oh well. Let's come to the fishing village and try and find a way to wade out. And then that should be that. I need to fucking do it. I probably just have to read a book again. Just because that was skipping time pretty quickly.
The man from Heomdall. You know the story by heart at this. You know the story by heart. The back below, in smaller font, you see the parenthetical. Adapted.
Okay, I can do
In
Suzerainty.
your hands, you hold a brand new copy of the game, Suzerainty. It's snugly wrapped in a skin of plastic.
The skin of plastic.
The cover
Oh,
features
yeah,
a
I know what
charming
it means.
illustration depicting a mass of grinning laborers loading goods onto a ship, while a richly dressed administrator oversees their work. The The exact location and time period are left deliberately vague,
Money.
but it's clearly meant to represent the economic relationship between the Revacholian suzerainty and its many vassals.
Remove the
The
plastic
plastic wrap rips off as easily as a bodice in a tawdry historical romance.
Open
There's a
it.
hiss as the lid slides off. Inside, you find a thick, full-color rulebook and more than a dozen pouches of various wooden components. Savor that new board game smell. A mix of wood, paper, and ink, all wrapped in the sweet must of cardboard.
Read the rule.
Welcome to Suzerainty, a game of economic strategy for the whole family. The rulebook is sumptuously illustrated and thick as a Gradian novel. The instructions are opaque at first and introduce many concepts you're not familiar with. Fortunately, there are many diagrams and examples throughout. You soon figure out the basic conceit. Each player represents an administrator for the suzerain of Revachol. Your objective is to increase the suzerain's wealth and renown by accumulating victory points.
How do I accumulate this?
That's where the suzerain's vassals come in. The game features 4 vassal nations, each one home to an economically important resource. Each turn, the player collects resources from vassals where they've placed workers. They may then rearrange their workers, fulfill contracts for coin and bonuses, or build structures back in Revachol. As you leaf through the pages, your eye catches on a sidebar labeled Advice for Beginners. Remember, there are many paths to victory in suzerainty, but successful players will find one strategy and commit to it wholeheartedly.
So I just have to stick to a strategy.
The actual scoring system appears infinitely complex, with a series of tables and appendices required to compute each player's final victory point total. You skip that part for now.
Hey Kim, you wanna
The
play?
lieutenant looks over the rulebook before he sees something that makes his eyes go wide.
Holy shit. The average playing time for this game is 1 to 6 hours. I'm not sure we can afford to set aside that kind of time for a game.
1 to 6 hours, dude.
You open up a number of pouches containing wooden tokens. There are also several punch boards with other cardboard components that will need to be punched out before you can play. Each cardboard token makes a satisfying
Just sit in the middle of
as you
this
pop it
fucking
out.
place.
Soon, a neat pile of cardboard
We can go in
coins
that
and
fucking
counters
house
has
too and do
accumulated
it.
before you.
Honestly,
What?
6 hours is just
You're
what
not
we
going to offer to let me punch any of them out?
need. Fuck, he's right.
In addition to the worker and building tokens used by each player, there are also several piles of colorful resource tokens.
We don't
each
have time to set it
representing
aside,
one
but
of
we
the
have
game's
nothing else to
4
do. So.
principal resources. From the Empire of Sephre, orange apricot tokens. From Ilmarat, the ancestral name of Ilmara, grey marble block tokens. From the Seminine Islands, white sacks of sugar tokens. And from Supramuindi and Sarah Maritza, magenta tokens for unprocessed cocaine leaves.
Unprocessed cocaine leaves, wow.
Oh, those are nice.
You hold the open game box before you.
I don't want to be compromised when I'm fucking playing the game. So let's have that one suggestion bonus.
The suzerainty box is
Convince
heavy
him.
and slightly off. What is detective work if not an elaborate game? You need logical inference, attention to detail, the ability to analyze your opponent's motives.
Come on, it might help us think of a more creative solution to the case.
I do feel like my thinking
totally
has
wants to
become
play.
somewhat rigid. Maybe a little diversion to keep
Hell
the mind
yeah.
limber is just what's
We're
in
having
order.
like mostly just a break day today.
See? He's doing the hard work himself. All he needed was a little nudge.
Alright, you've convinced me. How do we play?
Hell yeah. I read the rules already, I'll show
You
you.
explain the basic setup procedures to the lieutenant, who seems to be a quick study. You each take your bag of tokens and counters and unfold the board between you. In the center is the crown of Revachon. Radiating outward are her colorful vessels, each one supplying some raw material desired by the suzerain. Apricots from Safre, archaeological treasures from Ilmarat, sugars from the Seminine Islands, and magenta cocaine from Supra Muindi and Sara Maritza.
Alright, so let's get cocaine.
There's also a neat little log to keep track of your progress, in case you need to put the game away and return to it later.
Sorry, I needed to fix my door real quick.
The lieutenant goes first. He draws a contract card and moves several of his workers to the Safre territory of the board, and the others to the Seminine Islands.
Okay.
Alright, detective, your turn.
You have a few options available to you. Will you try to fulfill contracts right away, or rearrange your workers to maximize production on future turns?
Yeah, we probably want future turns.
Remember what the rulebook said. You'll want to choose a strategy early on and stay committed to it.
Caught me, Kim. No, let my workers rest for a
What?
while.
It's the very beginning of the game. Your workers haven't even done any work yet.
Okay, make them work a little, but not too much.
That's more like it. You produce a handful of archaeological treasures and a smattering of other resources. Meanwhile, the lieutenant spends 2 of his sugar and 1 of his apricot tokens to complete his contract card. He is rewarded with 4 coins and a round wooden token that he places in the center of the board.
That's a market. It's worth 2 victory points.
What? Glower sign. What? Why don't I get one of those?
Don't worry, it was mostly just luck. You'll earn some points soon enough.
Yeah.
What is that patronizing tone? You're one of the suzerain's trusted administrators. You may need to put the lieutenant in his place.
Don't worry, Authority. I got this.
The lieutenant returns your baleful look with a satisfied grin. Come on, is that your game face? You're practically broadcasting your position to the lieutenant with that expression. Glancing over the board, you see several possible strategies. Pressing more workers into service would increase your economic output and help you to survive a possible conflict with the lieutenant. Or you could ignore your labor supply and focus on fulfilling contracts for points and resources.
Nah, I'm gonna
Those
focus
aren't
on
your
this.
only options.
Good.
You could also show your workers how much you appreciate them by investing some of that wealth in them. After all, they're the ones producing wealth for the suzerain. Well, sure, you can do that. It's just not a terribly effective strategy, but then it's up to you.
Fulfilling. Press more workers into service. Invest your existing. Press my workers into service, and then I'll invest in them
Using
later.
your powers of
I don't have
persuasion,
a lot
you
right now.
convince more workers to join your cause. After several turns, your worker tokens greatly outnumber the lieutenants. A vast army of expendable labor is at your command.
Take pity on their miserable lives.
Too bad investing in your workers just isn't worth many points.
What do you
Take a
mean?
look at the scoring tables in the back. You see in Table 8C that investing in territorial infrastructure multiplies your final victory point total by 1, which is to say not at all. Whereas erecting monuments in Revachol gives you a multiplier of 5.
So you're saying the value of the ruling class are completely divorced from the well-being of the people who generate their wealth? So you're saying I should treat my workers like disposable labor instead? You're saying I fucked up?
Yes, precisely.
Now it's the lieutenant's turn to respond. He moves aggressively onto the Safre territory. Soon, his workers are producing a steady supply of extremely valuable apricots. For several turns, you struggle to respond to the lieutenant's burgeoning apricot empire. Eventually, you relocate the majority of your workers to Supremawindi and Saramaritsa, where they begin producing a bumper crop of cocaine tokens. You draw a new contract card. According to the text, there's an aristocrat willing to trade a large supply of cocaine for a number of coins and access to a rare bonus. Amplified music worth 7 victory points. You know, this isn't unlike the situation the historical Revacholian suzerainty faced in Safre in the middle of the last century.
Tell me more.
Well, the suzerain was looking for new markets for all the cocaine it was producing, and it settled on Safre. By introducing cocaine into Safre under exclusive contract, the suzerain created an extremely valuable captive market for an extremely addictive product.
What does that have to do with the game?
If you could somehow get the lieutenant's workers addicted to your cocaine, you could not only make them less productive, you would also force the lieutenant to pay you for your cocaine tokens.
Can I even do that?
Yes, you can. It's right there in the rules.
Holy shit!
Now,
Sell
Jake
cocaine
Jones,
to enemies.
Show the lieutenant what happens when he patronizes you. You've reached a critical strategic juncture. How do you respond to the lieutenant's aggression?
Attack the lieutenant. Sorry, Kim. You're not gonna like this. Introduce the lieutenant's workers to cocaine. The lieutenant's face goes stony as you take your turn. He does not appreciate you getting all his workers addicted to cocaine.
With each passing
Yes!
turn, you slowly bleed the lieutenant of coins as his own workers become less productive and more dependent on your magenta cocaine tokens. As a matter of historical fact, this is almost exactly what happened in Safre. To this day, fully half of the former Safre Empire remains dependent on international aid in exchange for a steady supply of cheap produce.
Just like they did to Safre.
More or less.
The lieutenant says, but he's thinking less about matters of historical wrongdoing than how to get out of the jam you
Realizing
put him in.
victory is slipping away, the lieutenant launches a desperate gambit: protectionism. By erecting tariffs on your cocaine, he hopes to starve you out of the market at the risk of incurring the suzerain's disfavor. The end game is upon you. Do you escalate the trade war with the lieutenant in hopes of crushing him with your economic might? Or do you ignore his aggression and focus on building the mighty victory column structure in Revachol herself? Alternatively, you could throw the whole game away by trying to build a public education system for the children of your workers.
This is actually pretty fucking fun.
The choice is yours.
Victory column. Build a public education for your workers. Do it.
There's a reason very few players ever attempt to build a public education system for their worker tokens. It's extremely expensive and never pays off by design. Your boondoggle nearly bankrupts the suzerain's treasury, and you suffer a significant penalty to your final score.
Ouch.
You taught me that points are arbitrary. I decided to play the game how I wanted instead.
The lieutenant opens his mouth, as if to issue a blistering retort, then hesitates.
You know, detective, there's something admirable about that, in its own way. Now, let's tally up the scores, shall we?
Computing the final scores is almost a game unto itself. You each spend an inordinate amount of time making stacks of coins,
Yay.
consulting tables, and struggling with basic addition and multiplication.
Straight up how it is.
After double, then triple checking your maths, you have your final score.
It's exactly what it's like whenever you're tallying up scores at the end of a game with a bunch of friends.
-5 victory points. You'll be lucky if the suzerain doesn't have your whole family executed for such a
Damn, that's
pitiful
a
performance.
bad fucking thing. The church, the school
I've
thing.
got 20 points.
Slightly embarrassed at the point
Well,
differential.
there's always next time. Figuratively, I mean. There's no way we have time to play this game again.
Actually, we
Now,
do.
let's clean up and get back to work.
You hold the open game box before you. You open up a number of pouches containing wood. You hold the open game.
That's a shame. Let's do Wirral.
Large letters on the front form a title: Wirral. The
I was
colorful
so
box
close.
is illustrated with bucolic vistas. The cover art also
I didn't think it would be
features
that bad.
odd-looking humanoids.
I thought it was a good idea.
Some short, some taller, some with pointy ears, others with ephemeral wings.
Ooh. Examine the box.
Text underneath the title in smaller typeface reads, 3rd edition, Mega Setting Supplements Module. The side panel adds, a sword and sorcery adventure board game with new maps and miniatures.
Just 4 children playing out in the streets of the fishing village. Shake the box.
Mysterious things rattle inside. What could they be? Dice? Plastic miniatures? A fantastical alternate world full of magic and wonder? None of that witless man from Heimdall, fascist dross, hidden behind faux realistic allegory. Wirral is no cliché-ridden apologia for colonial violence. Wirral is pure imagination.
Ooh,
Yes, the Wirral setting is known for its complicated system of political alignments. But if you're not into that, you can just hack your way through dungeons in search of loot. That's what most people do.
Look at the back.
A blurb on the back reads, "Tired of the tedium and toil of modern life? Escape to Wirral. Leave behind e-solas and nations with their petty squabbles. Discard electricity, magnets, and boring technological widgets. Succumb to a world of high pasternal fantastique. Unleash your imagination and create an adventure of endless possibilities. Discover the terrible secret threatening Wirral. Can your band of adventurers save the world?"
Sure as hell we can.
Exactly. That's the spirit. All you have to do is read an intricate rulebook, study an assortment of maps, unfold the illustrated game board, and start rolling dice. In no time, you could be romping through grasslands with low-level characters, hunted by Iskala riders, or battling unspeakable monsters in endless dungeons fraught with danger and despair, conjuring up forceful magics to aid your quest.
Open
You
it.
pry open the box. Inside you find a folded up map, a small booklet, a 24-sided die, and a little plastic figurine.
Look at the
A quick
booklet.
guide to the magical races of Wirral. Create your own hero,
Hell yeah.
choosing from any of these completely unique and fantastical backgrounds. The options are in order of importance: the Welkin, the Dweorg, the humans, the fairy folk, and the pygmies. The Welkin, tall, lithe, and graceful, with long flowing hair and pointy ears. They're known for being powerful magic users, but can also hold their own in a brawn-driven fight. The Welkin come with a variety of exciting sub-races: High Welkin, Forest Welkin, Lake Welkin, and Snow Welkin. But if you're not feeling experimental, a basic Welkin will always do.
Read about the Dwerger.
A grand race of industrious mountain people. They're short, stout, and muscular, and enjoy digging for gold and other precious minerals. They're also well versed in the art of combat, where they prefer to use axes and hammers. The Dweorg also come in a few different sub-races: Hill Dweorg, Shield Dweorg, and Dark Dweorg.
And the humans.
They're just humans. What else is there to tell? They're average in all stats, and jacks of all trades.
There's fairy folk. Yeah, because it doesn't let me
A
select
very
them,
small
so I gotta
race
just
of
go through
flying
them.
people, known for being mischievous, full of trickery. They often lure people into their magical traps. There are no sub-races for the fairies. The least
pygmies.
popular of the Wirral races, the pygmies, are short, rotund, and dim-witted. Pygmies live in small villages made of shoddy wooden dwellings. They spend most of their days tilling the earth and smoking their pipes. There are no sub-races for the pygmies.
The
A
map.
reprint of a crude hand-drawn map. The top left corner reads, Lands of Wirral. The map features both small villages and mid-sized towns with odd names, in addition to meadows, forests, hills, lakes and seas, also with odd names. It doesn't seem to correspond with anything you've seen thus far. It's not a very helpful map.
Well, yeah, it's for a game.
It's made from some sort of wood and has been decorated with peculiar plant motifs.
Oh, so wood dice.
You don't know much about dice, but this one looks pretty damn fancy.
Look at the figurines.
You see a man in ragged clothes wearing a lopsided hat and wielding some sort of a firearm.
Huh, interesting. A communard.
Doesn't sound very Wirral like.
It is not. The communards are not a part of the game setting. I guess someone misplaced it during the packaging process.
Oh. Maybe someone should make a role-playing game set during the Revolution.
Good luck finding people who'd want to play as communard.
Take the die.
You place the die into your pocket. It's always good to have luck on your side.
And the figurine.
You pick the figurine up by the base to meet your gaze. The little plastic man stares back at you, his face contorted into a disturbing shout. Then you pocket it. A colorful box with the title, We're Out. You pry open a colorful box with the title.
No, you can't play it. No, that's gay. 50 cents, 30 cents. That's a nice dice. .24-sided. Spherical. I thought I was gonna be able to play it. Taking the dice out, fuck it up.
Large letters on the front. You pry open the box. Inside, a colorful box with the title, We're Out.
Maybe I should go back and talk about the pieces missing. I paid $25 for this game. I want to play it. Also, it said 1 to 6 hours, and it only went through like half of that. I wanted the 6 hours. I didn't know how many turns I had. So yeah, that's what fucked me there. Fuck lady bitch, you fucking stole from me?
Hello again, esteemed officer, and welcome to...
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. There are numerous types of games.
Lousy auras there. No, I've heard they turn people into a cult.
Musty smell of a potato cellar and spring emanates from the vents. Potato cellar. Well, fuck. What do I do now?
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks a stone while the other watches him do it.
Seen any bad people around?
What bad people?
I don't think questioning 4-year-olds without their parents present is going to crack the case.
Then we're definitely doing it.
Then we're definitely doing it. Children are stupid.
You're stupid.
How about the policeman ask you something else?
Okay.
Alright. They are pretty stupid. I still don't have that fucking helmet. It's in the river somewhere. It's not made of metal, so even if I got like a magnet thing, I don't even know how I'd get it out, you know?
trap is full of locusts.
I can't even get through a whole day on the books and board games. Maybe I could go through my ABCs again. See if that does something.
You hold in your hand the colorful primer. The title reads, every page as one word. A. Q is that. This book was the alphabet.
Can't do that, I know it by heart.
Medicinal
I could try
purposes.
making the
Very
fucking
well.
cure still.
First, next, lastly, you've created a delicious. Would you like to? Very well. Next, lastly, you've created a. Would you like to try again? Very well. Next, you need. Lastly, you've created a. Would you like to? Very well. Next, you need to combine the basic. Lastly, you've created a. Would you like to try? Very well. Next, you need. Lastly, you've created a delicious. Would you like to? Very well. Next, you need to come. Lastly, you've created a delicious tincture. Would you like to try? Very well. First, next, lastly, is there anything? You've created a delicious. Would you like to? Very well. Next, you need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle. Lastly, you've created a delicious. Would you like to? Very well. Next, lastly, you've created. Would you like to try? Very well. Next, lastly, you've created. Would you like? Very well. Next, lastly, is there anything you've created? Would you like to? Very well. Next, last, you've created a. Would you like to? Very well. Next, last, you've created a delicious. Would you like to? Very well. Next, you need to. Lastly, you've created. Would you like to? Very well. Next, you need to combine the. Lastly, is there anything else you've created? Would you like to try? Very well. Next, you need to combine the base ingredient with. Lastly, you've created. Would you like to? Very well. Next, lastly, would you like to? Very. Next, you need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle. Lastly, is there anything else you'd like to? Would you like? Very well. Next, you need to combine. Lastly, you've created a delicious tincture of whiskey and ginger. Would you like to try again? You close the.
Wait, shit, what? Reverse weapon back. Okay, I went way further than I intended to. No, don't tell me. Don't tell me. Fuck. That's this morning. That's where I finished all the books. I didn't get the board games.
The man from Heimdall. The story opened by nightfall. Oh, 9, and with deadly finesse. A few chapters later, the man from here. This book, the Northman. The man from Heimdall extracts a high price from the desperate king. He asks land for the home. What do you mean? Because the flame of justice. You skip in the set as the swiftly. The visitors toss off in an instant. Oh, for fuck's sake. When the din of battle settles, only the man. What? In the first scene, the man from Heimdall fought a powerful necromancer and his army of the dead. Now, he's confronting a pair of Nacterra and their horde of Orkanoid thralls. The two couldn't be further apart. An excellent question.
Fine, what's
One
next?
easily answered by purchasing. Considering the sheer amount of different the man from Heimdall stares at you. In your hand, you hold Dick. The story is belaying an extremely unprofessional and hurtful stereotype. That's desperate to clear his...
What's the matter?
The lieutenant, they're not shitting you. Of course, Mullen didn't do it. That's the whole premise of the book. Anyway, Deneuve not only is the local police captain in on the amphetamine ring, the kid outwardly, he would certainly have Torva. That said, one evening, yes, well, that testimony won't be as the two, I love you. Whatever it is, Mullen never hears. When Mullen trashes fleeing a crime scene, Dick Mullen won't be sent to the clink for the sake of some legal niceties. The heat is on. If Dick Mullen can't solve both murders before the cops catch up to him, he's going away for life. Can you solve the case before the cops close in?
Wait, I've got some questions.
So, who did it, detective? Who killed
Let's at least try another one since I've fucked up the
Could
twat
be.
son.
Who knows? Only one way. You begin furiously flipping through pages. Even as you know these books follow a series of well-worn tropes, you find yourself completely engrossed. You're turning pages so... You try to grab the pages. Dozens of pages scatter across the floor. The last fifth or so of the book seems...
Too bad, detective. If it's any consolation, the resolution is almost never very satisfying. And on that note, perhaps we should get back to making...
In your hand, you hold 4/5 of the cover. The tag, needless to say...
Are you really reading that, detective? That's probably for the best.
The greatest innocence. Browsing through... You can do it. Your educational survey is done. Did you catch any of that? No. Oh well. That's the Dolores Day. Correct. As the first question 2, easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody. Correct. Franco, question 3. Who was the false innocence? Yes, there seems to be, at least it clearly wasn't Dolores Day. She wouldn't be. Correct. The most final stretch. You've come so far. Correct. Everything from congratulations on finishing the test. The results and your subsequent grade have been calculated. You get an A. All correct. Impressive. Oddly so. You really navigated some treacherous waters here. Well done.
Take that, you book.
Take what?
I put this book in its place. That's when I'm so goddamn smart.
Uh-huh.
You are really just talking to yourself. It is quite silly.
Put the book away. Alright.
You hold in your hand the colorful prime. The alphabet. Every page. A, H, Q. That's it. You know the alphabet now.
Good.
Okay.
The edges of the pages are worn and smudged. A lot of people have read about the Devil Woman's altercations with the Helmdal. You open his... Good God. You flip to the copyright page. This book was... Man from the Steel... A passage reads... Thines I have... In the to find out what happens next. The jacket. He is ambushed by a tribe of feet.
I just have to not fuck up again.
Cop.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I fucking... So that's the fast way to fucking get to midnight. But if I am not fair, then fucking who is? I'm gonna go and do everything I fucked up. No, give me the fucking board game.
A small mountain of colorful...
Wonderful choice, sir. Oh, if you say so.
I'll play the game again, genuinely, because
Hi,
it was actually pretty
detective.
fun.
Which book was it? Oh.
But It's annoying that I have to do the rest of this shit.
Hello again, esteemed. Oh, I'm very sorry, sir.
Yeah, she's such a bitch. She'd make me re-buy the book instead of just telling me
Give
it.
up. You'll never find the answer. There's no other copy of. There is maybe or that. That's it. You got it. The whole, the coat, Yegman, the deaths of Chuck. This is how. You're right. Classic case of Mullen mania. A well-documented condition. Don't the Dicks, Gumhills, Hawkshaws, Peepers, Sleuths, Bullseye, a snooper, and a damn good one. If there's any doubt, consult your trusty Dick Mullen book and reconnect with the real you. Him. Dick Mullen.
Dick Mullen, you. Him.
Him.
Okay, I get that more now, but I've heard that a second time. Fuck, did I do something else on the way here? Can't believe I fucked it up. I also can't believe that the person who was going to come and meet me at 22 o'clock wasn't, you know, still there. Let's do
Medicinal purposes of very well. First, next, last, you've created a delicious. Would you like to try? Very well. Next, you'll need to last. You've created. Would you like to? Very well. Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with. Lastly, you've created a delicious tincture. Would you like to try? Very well. Next, lastly, is that you've created. Would you like to try? Very well. Next, you'll need to combine the base ingredient with an appropriate vehicle. Lastly, you've created. Would you like to try? Very well. Next, lastly, you've created a delicious. Would you like to try? Very well. First, next, you'll need to combine. Lastly, you've created a. Would you like to try?
I hate it.
Close the book, and.
Okay, suzerainty. Let's actually.
In your the cover, the exact location and time period are left deliberately vague. But the box has a nice heft to it. You hear the rattle. What treasures wait? Even before you open it, you can tell. The plastic, there's a hiss. Savor that new board game smell. Welcome to Suzerainty, a game of economic strategy for the whole family. The instructions are opaque at first. You soon figure out the basic conceit. Each player represents an administrator. That's where the suzerains each turn, the player collects resources. As you leaf through the pages, your eye catches on a sign. Remember, the actual scoring system appears infinitely complex, with a series of tables and appendices required. The lieutenant looks over the rule.
Holy shit. I'm not sure we can afford to set aside that kind of time for it.
You open up a number of each card.
What?
In addition, from the
Oh.
You hold the open game box before you.
Yes?
So, oh yeah, I didn't ask him about what he thought about my shaving. So, I shaved.
Yes. I don't know what to say. Perhaps,
Wow. I knew it. I knew I shouldn't have saved. I knew it. Still did it. What an idiot. What is it? You can tell me, Karen.
I'm not really sure about this turn of events. I think the mutton chops might have been a better idea. They sort of seem to cover up some of the...
Damage.
Oh.
Yeah, damage. He means damage.
Either way, good on you. You were saying?
Pain. I shouldn't have shaved.
The suzerainty box is heavy and slightly... What is detective work, if... See?
Alright, you've convinced me. How do we play?
I don't know. Let's
I
look
see you bring the same unorthodox technique to playing board games as you do to detective work. When I thrash you, I want to make sure it's by the book.
When I thrash you.
The lieutenant flips through the manual more quickly than you're able to keep up with. Then you each take your bag of tokens and counters and unfold the board between you.
He wants to thrash me by the book.
In the center is the crown of Revachol.
That sounds kinky.
Radiating outwards are her colorful vessels, each one supplying some raw material desired by the suzerain. Apricots from Safre, archaeological treasures from Ilmarat, sugars from the Seminine Islands, and magenta cocaine from Supra Muindi and Sara Maritza. There's also a neat little log to keep track of your progress, in case you need to put the game away and return to it later.
Okay.
The lieutenant goes first. He draws a contract card and moves several of his workers to the Safre territory of the board,
I'm gonna
and
play different
the
this
others
time
to the
too.
Seminine Islands.
Wait, shit.
Alright, detective. Your turn.
You have a few options available to you. Will you try to fulfill contracts right away, or rearrange your workers to maximize production on future turns? Remember what the rulebook said. You'll want to choose a strategy early on and stay committed to it.
Just do whatever Kim did. Try to fulfill a contract.
You draw a contract card offering a number of coins in exchange for archaeological treasures. You place all your workers on the Ilmarat territory. On your next turn, you produce 6 units of archaeological treasure and fulfill the contract for a handful of coins.
Not bad, detective.
That sounded
But
similar
not
to the last
good
time.
enough, the lieutenant seems to be saying. As he completes his own contract card, the lieutenant is rewarded with 4 coins and a round wooden token that he places in the center of the board.
That's a market. It's worth 2 victory points. Don't worry, it was mostly just luck.
What is that patronizing tone?
Say this.
You're one of the suzerain's
even sure what
trusted
points
administrators.
are that
You may
part.
need to put the
Part of the
lieutenant...
problem.
Points are nothing. They don't exist. They're just an arbitrary convention that games use to reward or punish players for certain behaviors.
That makes sense.
Now, I believe it's your turn.
Glancing over the board, you see several
It does.
possible strategies. Pressing more workers into service would
Negative
increase
4.
your economic output and help you to survive a possible conflict with the lieutenant. Or you could ignore your labor supply and focus on fulfilling contracts for points and resources. Those aren't your only options. You could also show your workers how much you appreciate them by investing some of that wealth in them. After all, they're the ones producing wealth for the suzerain. Well, sure, you can do that. It's just not a terribly effective strategy, but then it's up to you.
Fulfill another contract.
Who cares about workers or territories when the real action is in Revachol? You spend your turns fulfilling contracts for sweet coins and one-time bonuses.
Fuck
After
yeah.
several turns, you have a neat pile of cardboard coins and several units of archaeological treasure, which you trade in to build a museum.
Yes.
You place a cylindrical piece of wood on the Revachol section in the middle of the board. It's meant to stand in for a beautifully adorned edifice filled with ancient wonders. This is more or less what happened in real life as well. To this day, if Ilmarans want to see their nation's priceless treasures, they have to visit Revachol, or Gottwald, or Sur-le-Clay.
Well played, detective. That museum is worth 3 victory points.
Damn
Now
straight
it's the
it
lieutenant's
is.
turn to respond. He moves aggressively onto the Safre territory. Soon, his workers are producing a steady supply of extremely valuable apricots. For several turns, you struggle to respond to the lieutenant's burgeoning apricot empire. Eventually, you relocate the majority of your workers to Supremawindi and Saramaritsa, where they begin producing a bumper crop of cocaine tokens.
So I still do this.
You draw a new contract card. According to the text, there's an aristocrat willing to trade a large supply of cocaine for a number of coins and access to a rare bonus. You know, this isn't unlike the situation well, by introducing cocaine into Safre under exclusive contract, if you could somehow get the lieutenant's workers addicted, yes, you can. Now's your chance. Show the lieutenant what happens when he patronizes you. You've reached a critical strategic juncture. How do you respond to the lieutenant's aggression?
Rock and roll, baby. Go for the contract. I can't want to do that.
It takes several turns, but you slowly begin accumulating the cocaine necessary to complete the contract. When you do, it practically rains cardboard coins on your side.
Cha-ching! Stack the coins in a neat little pile to annoy the lieutenant.
Despite your conspicuous display of wealth, the lieutenant still has a formidable store of coins and resources. The end game is upon you. How will you spend the vast resources you've acquired for the glory of the suzerain? Flipping through the manual, you find the most expensive structure in the game, the Revacholian Victory Column, worth 12 victory points. If you can successfully build it, victory would be all but assured. Alternatively, you could try launching a trade war to crush the lieutenant's economy, or you could blow all that money on a public education system for your worker tokens.
I wonder if there's a way to make the public education system work.
The choice is yours.
Victory column, trade war, public education system. I want to... It's on, Kim. Trade war.
The lieutenant nods gravely as you erect tariffs against his apricots and sugar. This is going to get ugly.
Fuck yeah.
With every turn, tariffs are raised until neither you nor the lieutenant are producing any income or generating resources for the suzerain. Even in the best of cases, it's impossible to really win a trade war. But this is far from the best case, and the lieutenant's apricot-powered economic engine crushes yours.
My cocaine!
Soon, your coffers are empty, and the map lies strewn with your worker tokens.
No.
I hope you learned your lesson. Never fuck with Kim Kitsuragi.
Never fuck with Kim Kitsuragi, damn
Now, let's tally up the scores, shall we?
Computing the final scores
If it's
is
the same
after
as
double,
before.
then triple checking your maths. -5 victory
Fuck
points.
you.
You'll be lucky if the suzerain doesn't have your whole
I've got 15 points.
Oh, he had less points this time, though.
Don't look too glum, detective. There's always next time. Now, let's clean up and get back to work.
You hold the open game box.
That's a shame.
Large letters on the front form a title. Text underneath the title in smaller typeface read a blur. Succumb to a world of high pasternal Exactly. In no time, you could be romping through grassland. You pry open the box. Inside, you see a man in...
Huh, interesting. A communard.
And
The figurine is not a part of the real game setting.
this is
I
me,
guess
we can't
someone...
play it
I
yet.
have a feeling the figurines are more there to set the scene than anything else.
It's made... You don't know much about dice. But this one, a quick... The options are the least popular of the Wirau. It doesn't seem to correspond with anything you've seen thus far. A colorful box with the title Wirau
Oh,
in bold
gosh, so
letters.
you can't actually play it.
It's a board game.
That's gay.
Large letters on the front form a title. You pry open. You place the die. You pick the figurine up. colorful box with...
Man. I wish you could still play with it. Like if you just used the fucking die and the figure without really caring. Maybe if I go to the pawn shop, he'll have the game pieces. Because he sold the fucking dice. I mean, he doesn't sell the dice, he sold the figurines. So the figurine that's in here, he might have more, or whatever? I don't know, maybe. He might know something about it.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
You see rows of toy soldiers guarding the rest of the trinkets displayed on the table.
Dig something
Some...
up.
Why? What's this? A headless man riding a horse. A headless man wearing futuristic tracksuit trousers that say found.
The headless Found Rider.
Indeed. I think I even have his cap somewhere down here. A tiny miniature phone cap to go with it. Yours for 50 cents.
He doesn't elaborate on what that means. It's unlikely that he will. The lieutenant studies the figurine with amusement.
It's
Cool
great.
rider, right? I knew we'd find something worthwhile here. Buy
Do it. Fuck yeah, it's 50 cents.
Did
That's
I
cheap.
mention that this figurine is supposed to be lucky? Always carry it with you.
That was a very smooth salesman's grin that almost comes off as earnest. You should learn from him.
Hell yeah. I already bought that. Can I buy this? How much is
A typical
this?
Martinez streetlight sits among assorted floor.
I feel like that's a good way to flex if you ever get fucking rich enough in this
Hello, hello. Sure, let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling?
That's lucky. The dice are lucky. The postcard I think I can just sell though. Even though it's so cheap. There's a reason to keep the fucking postcards and all this shit. I'm gonna be so annoyed.
Another time, perhaps.
I want to take the Headless Found Rider to my drunk friend. Wait. What did I complete? Ask about Ruby in the village. Huh, okay.
Tequila Sunset.
Damn, I wanted to show off my cool figurine to my buddy.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicks us.
What?
I don't think
Then we're definitely...
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Oh?
Something is a takeover.
Is what you're about to say when a cold streak runs through your heart. Once said, there is no going back, Harry. Yes. What if something happens to her and you've left one question unasked? Sneaky little question escaped your eye.
Of course, Detective. You can always drop by later. More lessons in basic reality?
Oh.
My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything.
What is all of this? The scent, the sound, the air.
What is the world?
What world? The only one, I suppose. The world of matter. And its pale antipode.
The camera of her mind glides over the surface of the water.
What do you see?
Great bodies of water. Forest-covered surfaces. Clusters of light where the cities lie. You've seen the montage. We all have. This world is enough. There is a term of endearment they coined for it, in the DeLorean century, when humanity was high on this world, discovering more and more of it, these archipelagos included.
What is it?
Elysium.
This world doesn't deserve a term of endearment.
There are those who would call it hell.
What's hell?
A term of hatred that originates, like many such things, with the Mesk petro-fascists.
Like gas? I don't feel like I have a whole picture here.
You want a picture of the world? There is no complete set yet, dear. They're having some trouble reaching orbit.
Oh, so we haven't reached orbit yet. How come?
Great things are difficult to achieve. For now, we're viewing the world from the inside, sideways.
Inside sideways? What shape is it then?
We used to think
Cube?
it was a sphere, but that is beginning to look less and less likely by the day.
What?
You wouldn't know it from the tabloids, but the ORG nations have been launching weather balloons into the lower ionosphere since the 30s.
ORG. Occident Revachol-Grad.
Okay.
There's a steadily increasing trickle of images. Between the big three scientific contributors, they're piecing together a dark grey corona.
Corona?
Yes. Pale covers 72% of the surface. There are grey flares and prominences, even arcs above entire isolas. The images are blurry, but if there was a sphere in there, it certainly looks like it fractured a long time ago.
Okay.
A cold fear seeps into you.
God, wait. What the hell are you telling me? The pale? What do you mean? What's the pale? Someone tell me what the fuck that is. What the hell are you telling me?
You seem to be spooked. Please don't be.
The pale? What do you mean?
They say there is a rarefied envelope of matter surrounding the darkened disk of our planet. That is, if we are still living on a planet. Or, to speak more plainly, imagine vast swathes of land disrupted by nothingness. I am sorry, dear. It must sound quite terrifying through the acute encephalopathy. Even scientific positivism isn't entirely convinced about what we're dealing with here.
Scientific positivism?
But this is one of the greatest questions of our time. Maybe when they get the complete set together, it will jolt us out of our rut, bring us together, however naive it may sound.
Then everything will be good?
I don't know about things of that scale. My expertise lies in nations and trade routes, one or several layers below everything. But yes, we'll be fine. Don't worry.
She does not seem convinced that you'll be fine. If anything, she's realizing how deep your condition runs.
I certainly don't feel like
You
I
have
fought.
misimagined it. I don't have the power to convey to you the effect and geometry of the images that depict our world from below low orbit. It's like the crowning of the world. It's insane. Very disco. You'd love it.
Well, if you say it's disco...
See? Everyone finds something worth holding on to in this world, however wasted its opportunities.
The cold seeps into you. The air is heavy with 80% humidity.
80%?
Suddenly, you're conscious of yourself standing there, on whatever this all is. Your arms hang down by your sides. The lieutenant observes you both, silently.
Yes.
He adjusts his glasses.
What's the pail?
The pail is not, technically speaking, part of reality.
Yes. Also, I think we've had enough excitement for today. We do have a case to attend to.
Shut the fuck up,
His voice is low, but firm. All she can say is...
Of course, Lieutenant. Let's try something else.
I don't want to. I want to know about the fucking pail.
I don't think your colleague would appreciate that. He has already been so patient with this whole exercise. Let's continue with something else, all right? You can ask about anything else in the world. Anything.
But she wants to tell you. You could sneak back later, when he's not around, unless you can convince him to step aside.
Tell him to step away while you discuss the pail. Fine, fuck off for
Good
a bit.
idea. Just ask him. He won't make a scene.
Can I talk to the man alone for a second?
Fine.
Go ahead.
See? What can he do? You're a grown man.
Now, what's the pail?
Are you sure you're sure? Your colleague seemed adamant.
Yes, what's the pail?
Okay. The Pale is the most dominant geological feature of the world, Detective. The separative tissue between the islas. It is the inter-islary mass.
What's an isla?
Isla is a Messinian word for a continent of matter, enveloped on all sides by the Pale. Also, isolation, or landmass. We used to believe there was only one. In the last 4 centuries, we have discovered 7.
Ooh.
Windy, Seol, Samara, Ilmara, Grad, Katla, and this, Insulinde. An oceanic isla. It comprises mostly of water. Muindi is the largest, Katla the coldest, Insulinde the bluest. What can I say?
The bluest?
Each is perishing and dear.
Oh. Okay. What's the pale like then?
Achromatic, odorless, featureless. The pale is the enemy of matter and life. It is not like any other, or anything in the world. It is the transition state of being into nothingness.
Is it here?
No, Detective. We're safe. It begins there, 6,000 kilometers to the north, and even more to the south, east, and west. You are in the middle of the Isla.
Okay.
As your gaze instinctively turns north, a small black pit opens up in your stomach.
And there?
An uproar of matter, darling. Rising into the pale. Rolling. Evaporating even. A great vision. The area of transition between the world and the pale is called Porch Collapse. Imagine
Porch
a grey
collapse?
coronal mist. Cold vapor marked by spores of an opportunistic microorganism. A mold that's adapted to grow at the edge of the unrest. It's the most disco thing you will ever see.
I fucking need to see this shit. What are the its physical
It's
qualities?
difficult to describe, or even measure. Something whose fundamental property is the suspension of properties. Physical, epistemological, linguistic.
So I can't meditate in the Pale. I'd have to go all the way out.
The further into Pale you travel, the steeper the degree of suspension. Right down to the mathematical. Numbers stop working. No one has yet passed the number barrier.
There's a slippery article in there.
Is it the Pale or Pale?
Pale when it's particular, this territory of Pale. The Pale when it's Pale in its entirety. Once you've seen it, language balks at the difference.
If we're surrounded by Pale, how do you get from Isola to Isola?
Oh, it is so difficult for us.
A squall of birds. Hardware operating in the harbor. Firm. Self-evident.
Yeah.
It is possible to force dimensions on the Pale. In modern times, we can even compress its latitude, bouncing radio waves from one end to the other, shortening the path.
This sounds fantasy.
But it is still hard for
and
humans
cool.
to navigate the Pale without getting lost. Or having our minds damaged.
The Pale damages the mind?
Extensively.
How?
Some say the damage stems from extreme sensory deprivation. Others argue that Pale somehow consists of past information that's degrading, that it's rarefied past, not rarefied matter. They call it the blend over of the self. The Pale does not only suspend the laws of physics, but also the laws of psychology, maybe history even. The human mind becomes over-radiated by past.
Who says and who argues?
Who says
The
and who
logical
argues?
positivists say, the dialectical materialists argue.
Oh. What does the over-radiation feel
It
like?
feels terrible. Absolutely terrible. International standards strictly limit civilian travelers to 6 days of Pale exposure per year.
Per year. Per year.
It's more for her. Way more.
You're not a civilian passenger.
No, Lieutenant Dubois. I'm entreprenetic business class. I'm cleared and trained for 22 days of Pale transit annually.
Damn. So is the Pale the
Perhaps
ocean
that
or
explains her strange pining after the revolution. Some degraded early memories.
what? Maybe.
Someone else you've met may have been exposed as well. The strange grey-haired woman in her lorry.
Do lorry drivers pass the Pale?
Yes. Carried in the hulls of airships. It's a horrific job. Automation will abolish it soon.
You should ask the Pale driver about this. See what she says. That poor woman must have stories to tell, like you wouldn't imagine.
Yeah, fuck. Are you
Up
overrated?
to my gills, officer.
An acidic smile on her lips. It's getting worse every year.
That's not good. Your job better pay a lot, and you better be able to get the fuck out soon. With a whole ass retirement plan.
Entrepreneutics is
Yeah.
the scientific study of the Pale, or a recent iteration of it by way of grad. The study of the Pale reaches back 6,000 years. The Pericarnassians called it the Western Plain.
They had not traveled the entire circumference of the Pericarnassian Super Isola. It was not merely in the west, it was everywhere, even then, surrounding them.
There are signs of pre-modern crossings. Successful navigation of the Pale relies not just on technical know-how, but intensive psychological preparation. Some of these tactics have been known for thousands of years.
What's the intrahypnotic change then?
Nothing. We remain powerless before the Pale. The only real advance in Pale transit is the speed with which an aerostatic craft can pierce it. Less exposure leads to less effects later.
Aerostatic?
Hybrid airships, Detective. Conventional rotors or jet engines no longer add velocity after the point of reference for motion is suspended, once you've crossed from near Pale to far Pale.
In
essence,
is
we
so
throw
cool.
them in and they come out the other end. If we throw them precisely.
And if we
then
don't?
They don't.
Gone, like a skipping stone beneath the surface.
How much Pale is there compared to the world?
The Pale outweighs reality 2 to 1. There is more Pale than there is matter, and the ratio is slipping.
Slipping how? To our detriment?
What do you think, Detective?
There's more and more of the world or the Pale? The Pale.
Precisely. One of the few measurable effects of the Pale is that it is expanding at an unknown rate. An intuitive conclusion of that development is that one day the Pale will cover everything. But this sort of talk is mostly left to extremists.
Cover everything? It's not extreme at all. I know it's going to happen.
Most people, and indeed most private and government sector organizations, entire civilizations and religions even, find handy ways to ignore or downplay that knowledge. I suggest you do the same.
She's so fucking helpful.
Off we go. You see the hanged man's mouth open.
Off we go into the wild Pale yonder.
One and all.
Yonder.
They say Pale is death, but for the universe.
Why should we just leave, and the world get left behind?
Let's turn to reality then.
Yes, sweet reality. But before we do, tell me, Detective, is this the first time you're hearing this? Do you really not remember anything?
I'm getting a sense of who I am, but no, I didn't know this.
Beyond curious. Tell me, what do you think of the Pale?
You were right, it's disco. We continue to persist at all. This testament is a testament to our faith in one another. Its advance can only be stopped with immediate, total, ruthless communism. Powerful anti-communist force, perhaps too powerful, but still, they have it coming. Worried, I have to say, it doesn't sound very liberal. It sounds extremely liberal, in my opinion. I don't know how you've all survived with it. It's a huge accomplishment. It's a huge accomplishment.
Mm-hmm.
Crow's feet radiate from them. She observes you, your bloodshot eyes and
Your
swollen
alien
face.
constitution, sweaty forehead, the beads there, and your heavy breathing.
You really didn't know. This does not spell good for the investigation, Detective. If you don't know even this, then...
Okay, I never asked children about this, so I didn't figure it was something that everyone knew. This extremely complicated Pale nonsense. The one they remember me by, I promise.
I hope so. I truly do. If I may suggest, hold on to your colleague, Kitsuragi. I ran a check on him and he is very competent. In the meanwhile...
Some of that assurance is meant for herself, as much as it's meant for you. She must have a lot on the line here.
You have me. I will assist you in any way I can, even if we have to do it one basic term at a time.
Good. You have not passed out from it. Perhaps I worried for nothing. Are we still on the reality lowdown, or should we do actual police work now?
You needn't have worried.
But I did. Anyway.
He was worried more so for my health. I thought he just didn't want me to fucking talk about this type of shit.
Damn it, you're a grown man, the lieutenant thinks. Shouldn't have gotten protective hair.
Just a little bit more, Kim.
I am happy to oblige. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. Oh?
Let's just say it. He's gonna fucking know anyway somehow, I bet.
A takeover?
Yeah, it's not a strike. They aren't being let in because there's nothing to negotiate. The Union... Oh, you aren't being let in because there's nothing to negotiate. The Union is taking the terminal. He's told me so in his own words. He's taking it. He'll also use the drug trade to finance the harbor. The Union is taking the terminal.
If they're taking it...
Green livery, changing into red, blot by blot. Like a cancer of the blood, metastasizing.
Then we're talking about a war. Everett needs to let me into the harbor at once. We need to talk about this.
The war is their goal. I told you before. Everett has always wanted this to escalate.
An insane goal. Cronell has 1,000 men on their payroll. The next batch will be a platoon of 20 men and a gunship. The one after that, 100.
I've seen the Union's forces. They are better organized than these mercenaries. They also have the support of the people of Revachol West.
Yeah, you'll have to send the whole 1,000.
It will take more than Cronell to wipe them out. Wild Pines will need to send more and better equipped men. Make no mistake, ma'am. I am sure you have the money. The question is, how many years and how many lives are you willing to sacrifice?
What do you suggest I do?
Look at your wrist. It's apocalypse clock. It's time to commence the gloaming. I wish there was a disco option.
I'm afraid we won't disco our way out of this one.
The worker that cut all the options in half. It's not the RCM's job to make these decisions.
Of course. Your job is to clean up after them. And it looks like there will be a lot of cleaning to be done in the near future.
But what are you going to do?
What will I do?
Her arms fall to her sides. Her spine relaxes.
Did I ever tell you how they discovered this Isola? During our reality lowdown?
You said I'm uneducated, remember?
Typically arrogant of me. Absent-minded as well. Inter-Islary travel has left holes in my consciousness, I'm afraid.
Tell me.
It may be the only break we've ever caught as a species. The last one for 400 years.
Way.
The nations who colonized this Isola called theirs Muindi, the world. It was all they knew, all they thought would be. That there would be something more was a gamble, akin to another world, or life after death. The Pale was thought to be impregnable, perpetual. Irene la Navigateur, the Queen of Suren, sent 8 expeditions, one after the other, into the mass at the edge of the world. 5 of the crews did not return. 2 did, but had lost their minds.
But
each of those expeditions would have been led by an admiral. Sounds like a purge. Like she was purging her political rivals.
Sounds political.
There was no precedent for such an undertaking. People thought she was punishing the admirals, or had gone mad, or both. Until after years of trial and error, and the development of a strict psychological regime imitating the creation process of poetry.
Okay.
Or volta do mar, or return from the sea.
The 8th expedition returned sane and intact. They told of a new continent of matter. They told the Queen and her counselor, Dolores Day, that the Pale had begun to condense, day after day, hour after hour, minute after minute. Slowly raining down until it formed a vast ocean.
The air is cold and scented with petrichor. There are rain circles on water all around. Humidity crawls up your back like a piano trill. So
Touch the
does
rain.
the lieutenant. His mouth is slightly open as he looks to the sky.
Man, I wish I felt okay with
The
doing that.
droplets feel warm, like spring rain.
This ocean?
The phenomenon has never again been encountered. For a time, the crew thought they were experiencing a hallucination. The mass hand proclaimed, "Lancielinde, Lancielinde," the signal to wake up. But they could not. They were sane and conscious, as islands began to appear on the horizon. There are 78,000 uninhabited islands in the Insulindian archipelago, officer. The freckled face of God.
You've thought it a million times.
Afterlife, death, afterlife again. Oh, afterlife, death, after death, life again. After the world, the Pale, after the Pale, the world again. The end is never the end.
A total shift in human comprehension of reality. On the 2nd day, a great skua was shot down above the flagship Lysergique. The bird was preserved and brought back, along with pollen. 4 years later, the Queen's Counsellor was proclaimed Her Innocence Dolores Day, the elected world spirit. The age of humanism, internationalism, and parliamentary rule followed. We were high.
Leaving us here.
On Caillou, the Pebble,
Caillou.
the largest of the fertile, uninhabited islands of the northeast Insulindian archipelago. 4 centuries and 2 revolutions later.
Great School is the first bird?
The first living, autonomous organism. Proof of reality. It's the symbol of Insulinde, detective. The coat of arms of the suzerain and the wings on the crest of the commune. In your defense, it is a nasty creature who plucks food from the throats of lesser birds. Yet much like Revachol, it is also magnificent and rare. Imagine the suzerain of seagulls.
But I hate it.
There was a sting in your heart at the mention before, when she said its name.
Why is this the last
The
break
nations
we
of
got,
Mundi
though, huh?
proceeded
It's
to
weird.
discover 5 more Isolé. Or they discovered us. All in the rush of the great inter-Easlary reconnection. But these others weren't uninhabited. We had to kill people there. Wipe out indigenous populations. Gunboat economies. Or they came to do the same for us. Or had done to each other. But here, there was no one but the Skua, the Liliat Seya, and the Blood Beach, and the River Esperance. It was the new world. The Mondials used it to amass the greatest concentration of wealth mankind has ever seen. Revachol, the suzerain.
What happened?
Revolution, poverty, and the mercurial rise of capitalism.
It's raining.
It is. Soon it will be spring and everything will blossom.
The gangs will run wild, jacking motor carriages, ferrying amphetamines through Coal City. Spring is tough in Revachol.
And what will you do?
I will surrender Terminal B to the Union.
Is that within your means?
She puts her hand in the rain. She's silent for a second.
We will see.
Ma'am, this may well unravel property law this side of the river. If that occurs, we may never see the end of this kind of confrontation. The next time there will be 2 strikes, then 4, then 100.
What happens will happen.
What the fuck was that noise? She takes the end of her rain-slick hand and starts untying the knot.
The age of capital has only begun. I will talk to my employers in person. We will amputate and cauterize Martinez. If you handle the situation on the ground.
We? She generally avoids that term with her employers.
There
Yeah.
are no employers. She's a member of the board. Probably a partner.
Oh shit. You are the Wild Pines. There are no employers.
You are the citizens' militia. There are no superiors.
What? Of course I have superiors.
That's right, Detective. And next time, you should confer with them before you go setting events in motion.
Despite his words, he's not really sure whether to be annoyed with you or not.
Even after all this time, I still don't really understand who you are or what your angle is. I answer for my own actions. I don't hide behind some faceless organization.
Here I am. I am the face, and I'm here to answer. Rejoice Layton.
You're going now, though?
Yes, Mr. Clare has a 2-month head start. I can't let it grow any bigger. And I've exhausted all my options from here.
That explains why she had such heavy security.
Keep the peace,
Understood.
and I will keep my end of the bargain.
How far along is Crenel's investigation?
The confrontation is imminent. They have followed in your footsteps. As your investigation reaches a climax, so does theirs. They are your shadow. Protect their targets. Violence may be unavoidable, but we can limit the casualties.
When will they make their move? Where?
Soon. I do not know precisely. They have cut off all communication, you see. They know I've been feeding you information.
I might actually want to start that investigation on the fucking armor.
One last thing, Lieutenant Dubois. I've given the matter much thought and come to this conclusion. You're not an amnesiac. You're insane. I know, because I, too, am insane. I just hide my illness better. And I'm rich.
I mean, you are overrated.
I'm overexposed, baby. My travels take me through the Pale dozens of times a year. I've got the longing. And I've got it bad.
She would die to return to it. The Pale, the past, anything one can return to.
How do you keep it together?
The same strict psychological regimen the 8th Admiral developed when he crossed the Pale and discovered this Isola. The Volta do Mar. It's used by inter-Islary travelers and other troubled souls, even to this day.
You could use a little of it yourself.
Yeah, tell me how the fuck to do that. Everyone is a little insane, though. Yeah,
No, detective. No one's as insane as you.
Don't worry, madame. I am very sane.
Goodbye, Rejoice Layton.
Watch out for yourselves. They will strike soon.
The lieutenant watches her boat grow smaller on the bay, its white sails fluttering. With worry in his eyes, he does not know if it was the right thing to do, but he doesn't say anything. Slowly, the sails turn grey-blue as more oxygen gets between you.
It's not our issue to get involved in these matters. But they both should know what they're doing. It's not fair for her to have a head start, you know? I mean, for him to have a head
Medicinal
start.
purposes of the Pale. The cover of this heavy, very... Would you like to try again? You've created a Would you like... Lastly, is there anything you've created? Would you like... Very well. You've created a delicious tink. Would you like to try again? Very... You've created a delicious tink. Would you like... Very well. Next, lastly, you've created... Would you like to try again? Very well. Next, you... Lastly, you've created... Would you like to try... Very well. Next, last, you've created... Would you like to try again? Very well. First, next, you... Lastly, you've created a... Would you like to try... Very well. Next, lastly, you've created a delicious tincture. Would you like to try again? Very well. First, next, you'll need to combine... Lastly, is there anything else? You've created a delicious tincture. Would you like to try again? Very... You've created... Would you like... You close the book and find yourself...
Okay, where the fuck is this person? You know what? Maybe I didn't fuck it up last time. Maybe I just am stupid. Confront the pig and get your gun. Just walk past the fishing village until you see the boardwalk. Okay. Gun, 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 gun. Gonna get my gun. Hopefully. I feel like I should have the guy with the gun here to help me get the gun that I lost. Oh wait, is this the old fish market? Holy shit.
Put your hands where I can see them.
The pig. No.
Show me your hands. This is the pigs. Show me your hands. Right now!
Scavenged, battery-powered police lights protrude from her back. The flickering light show reveals a gun in her shaking hand.
God.
Her hand is trembling from some sort of neurodegenerative disease.
Ugh.
Madame, please drop the firearm immediately.
If you want the pry bar, you're gonna have to pry it from me. I'm gonna say it.
Failure to comply. Suspect is displaying aggression. Officer, under duress! Officer, under duress! I am the police. Don't move. Don't move. Hands on your head. Suspect is
God,
dangerous.
she's fugly. Ma'am, I need you to calm down. We just want to talk.
Lateral vascular neck restraint. Carotid sleeper. Carotid sleeper. Critically reducing blood from passing through the neck of the suspect.
What?
Be careful, detective. Don't do anything that might set her off.
The situation looks bad. Calm yourself. Steady your breathing. You'll have to go for the gun sooner or later.
Oh,
Perhaps
fuck.
you can learn crucial facts before you do.
It's a formidable check. Please lower your
Officer
weapon.
in need of assistance! Suspect alert! Get on the ground!
Ma'am, please. We want to help you, but you need to lower that weapon.
Blow her away,
You're
Lieutenant.
making it worse, officer.
Disturbance reported. Authorized deadly force. Sector, take the shot! Big red key! Big red key!
Big red key. That's code for the battering ram. Cop talk. You know this.
Please identify
It's
yourself,
a
ma'am.
goddamn police shitbag! Have the pavement! You're under arrest!
As she waves her hands, you notice familiar-looking ampoules and packets sticking out of the mountain of police gear on her back. Medicine or drugs? She thinks she's a police officer. Try treating her like a police officer. A lower-ranking police officer.
Officer Pig, W. Freighter Harrier Dubois, requesting your sidearm for inspection.
What?
She lowers the megaphone and stares at the gun in her hand. Patrol officer, you're in gross violation of the RCM Code of Conduct. That's right, Pig. Give me the gun. It will be alright.
Sir?
She hesitates, looking around in confusion. The three-barreled pepper box waves in her hand.
In this moment of hesitation, she almost doesn't seem disturbed, but like someone suddenly wakened from a deep sleep.
Patrol officer, I have to sign you up for disciplinary. Please, Pig, just give me the gun. Just keep to the act. Patrol officer, I have to sign you up for disciplinary hearing.
Press her too hard and she'll...
With a swift, poorly coordinated move, the woman slams the megaphone against her lips and teeth. A trickle of blood runs down her chin. She doesn't notice it.
Officer compromise! Unlawful impersonation! Pigs en route! Engage your will!
Okay. She's actually more agitated now. My bad.
Fuck you. You want drugs?
Confiscated contraband! Restricted access! 2 kilos missing! Eyewitness report compromised!
I don't think she's on drugs. Being off drugs might actually be the problem here.
Fuck. You're not the police. We are the police.
Back up! Back up! Back up! Status unconfirmed!
Me back up, more like fuck up. Lieutenant W. Freighter Harrier Dubois, 41st Precinct. This is my partner, Lieutenant Kitsuragi from the 57th.
No, no. I thought Mr. Moran. Gareth.
Aggravated assault! Man down! Officers in pursuit!
What's the situation, officer?
She's schizophrenic?
Law enforcement compromised! Impersonating a police officer!
In
Does she
short.
not believe you two are actually police officers?
Look, white rectangles. We really are cops. You can see my badge.
License and registration! License and registration! Come in, dispatch! Sector! Azimuth!
It's not a code, just disjointed words.
We can't leave. A delirious civilian is pointing firearm at us. Your firearm. You need to solve this.
You don't get... Fuck. Just let me put my shoes on, Kim. You don't understand. Fuck. Alright. Time to get my gun.
She's frantic, confused, teetering under all that gear. There's an opening if you just move fast enough. If not, the lieutenant's got her in his sights.
No, I know myself I'm gonna fail.
Sure, you're you, but how do we end this? She's not just gonna let you leave.
Gun is worth this risk. Gun, I'm coming. If I do this, I have a feeling he's gonna shoot her. No gun is worth this risk. Or I'm gonna get shot.
Confined quarters, assailant coming at me! Split-second decision! Fire up well!
What?
Oh my god.
God, I almost blew her head off.
What is this? This isn't police issue. Police weapons have bullets. This isn't real. Police guns always have bullets.
Ah!
What is this? Why did you sell me this?
She looks devastated. Grab the gun right now. This might be your only chance.
Yeah, I'm just gonna get up my gun.
Ever cares anymore? Why would they treat me like this?
Poor woman. We need to figure out what to do with her now.
Poor woman.
Nobody's ever around. Nobody ever comes to visit me.
What do you think's her fucking
She's in a
issue?
stupor. I've seen this before. God knows for how long. Could be days when they get like this.
They? What do you mean? But why is she like this in the first
Honestly,
place?
I don't know.
Who?
Dementia, probably. Dementia and Channel 8. And loneliness.
Neurodegenerative disease? Yes. This is what happens when you listen to too many cop shows on the radio. I guess we'll never know. Neurodegenerative disorder. Disease, I mean.
Her hands were trembling and she did seem uncoordinated. But
Yeah.
what are we gonna do with her?
You tried to kill me!
I don't think she actually... You're right, of course. This could have been very bad.
She pulled the trigger. What do you think is happening to her?
She's in a stupor. I've seen this before.
Understood.
I've had disturbances similar to this
Should we
before.
just arrest her?
I don't think there's any need for that. In her current state, and without a gun, she isn't really a threat to anyone. We could let Titus know. This is a perfect problem.
Kim? Did you fucking hear the thud when she threw this fucking gun down? If she just punched us, I feel like we'd be in more danger than she was with the fucking gun that wasn't loaded. I was hoping to give her one of those station call slips. Yeah, Titus sounds like the man for the job. I don't want to endorse the Hardy Boys' inflated sense of self-worth. They're not cops, we are. I'm gonna say that because it's so fucking true.
Okay, that settles it. I'll contact my station after we wrap it up for the day. They can contact the sanitarium and handle the logistics. But I think we're done here for now. Let's head out. This is done.
Please, leave the radio on.
She stands motionless, just a heap of clothes and fleshes now. Maybe if you search her once more. Fairweather, T500.
Oh, that wasn't fucking long.
Remember that weakness you were looking for in the ceramic armor? Like, maybe it can only stop small, fast projectiles, but a large, slow-moving pry bar would shatter it? Or, if I run an electrical current through it, maybe it will melt. Or, personal favorite, frequency something something radio weapon? None of that would work. You need to shoot the part of the enemy that doesn't have Fairweather T500 on it, because the armor itself is invulnerable. Good news is, so are the armor pieces on you.
Hell yeah. Okay, so you just straight up can't destroy it. I got +2 hand-eye coordination against enemies in FT 500, which is not bad. Says mine. I kind of want to get rid of this, but also the encyclopedia thing's been paying me consistently.
The woman stands slumped. She looks catatonic under her. Is one of those things a police cap? There were narcotics in there, too. You're thinking of taking them. Do.
Pick up the
She
Elysium cap.
doesn't even flinch as you reach out and disentangle the familiar-looking lieutenant's cap from her mountain of RCM paraphernalia.
Oh, is that yours?
It's hard to say. It's been so long since you wore yours.
Mine? No, it's ours, the RCM.
It's your hat.
Shake her shoulder.
The old woman doesn't react to your touch.
Confiscate the narcotics. Wink. Nah, she needs it more than me. That's not good. Fuck. Clothes. Do I have a whole RCM set? That looks ridiculous. I have a patrol outfit and a commander jacket. Interesting. I've got I've got 3 pieces of RCM fit, but they're both coats, so I've got 2 and a whole setup. Maybe there's more. I hope there's more. Tool! Gun!
Holding the gun feels natural and satisfying. It's like an extension of your arm, the polished wooden handle almost fusing into your palm.
I think my hand recognizes
it. It reminds you of the day you first held it, with fear and respect, hoping you don't have to use it in vain. The sun was out in Jamrock. It was so long ago. This gun, Sunrise Parabellum, will be the only thing standing between you and the all-consuming nothingness that threatens to eat the world. Sheathe it and wait, Herald. It won't be long now.
It has no ammo. Let's talk to Kim about getting my gun.
Yes?
Aw, he doesn't want to ask about the fucking gun. Nothing. Okay. We can now do the case. Now that I've got gun. Man. Looking coppy. Very cop-like. Cop-adjacent, even. Concrete pipe buried in the sand and dust. Ooh, a polar parka thingy. Anorak, composure and shivers. Gift from La Revacholière unlocks the polar lights. That's such a cool looking fucking jacket, though. It looks so dorky. I'm keeping the fedora. Dick Mullen hat. I can't decide what's more important. The bag or the gun? Probably the gun.
Suddenly, your entire body is paralyzed. Aggressive white noise fills your skull. A strange pain, like you've never felt before. Through the static, you hear a woman's voice. It's like 1,000 radio stations are being blasted into your head all at once. But her words are the only ones you can make out.
Fuck
I
that.
know you're feeling pretty uncomfortable right now. Don't move too much or fight it. That'll just make it worse. Can't say it's a pleasure, officer. I was really hoping not to make your acquaintance. But here we are.
As she says the word officer, you feel a spike in the agony. It sounds like the entire radio frequency range is screaming directly into your neural pathways.
Cover my ears.
Buddy, that's not going to help. You can't shield yourself from this. It's an entirely new type of experience. Way worse than all the previous ones. Don't focus on the pain. Focus on doing your job. Tell her she's under arrest.
You're under
Really
arrest.
now? Check this out.
You're overwhelmed with a new surge of violent static. It feels like a blood vessel exploded in your brain.
Are you gonna kill me too?
No, I'm not going to fucking kill you. If that had been my plan, you'd be dead already. All things considered, I'm being pretty reasonable here. I'm using a pale latitude compressor. You and your partner have been caught in its field.
This is what the pale is like?
The explosion of static you're hearing is the ULAN frequency.
Oh.
Blasted from that pale emitter that Angus mentioned.
No, I can't cover my ears. Bad Angus Sejo at a pale emitter.
That boy's really gotta learn to keep his trap shut. And it's not a bloody pale emitter. It doesn't emit pale. A pale latitude compressor is used to sort of make the pale more manageable. With a lot of these, you can force a radio signal grid on the pale, literally crunch the distance across it. Signals are relayed across a series of repeater stations fixed to buoys. Not a fun job manning those stations. All alone out there in the Pale, people lose their minds in just a few years.
So, what we are experiencing is a concentration of radio waves.
Precisely. This is an industrial strength paraboloid. It's meant for forcing dimensions on something that doesn't have them. Needless to say, the frequencies used are out of this world.
Yeah, fuck you.
At the upper limit is the large prime number generator station. It's used specifically for pale latitude compression. That's why you may be hearing some numbers. But you might also hear, or think you're hearing, local radio chatter.
She's been holed up in here for a while with no one to talk to. Keep her talking, and you just might get an opportunity to break you loose.
Yeah, have you done this to yourself too?
Yeah,
Jesus, woman.
I stuck my head in there before using it on you. It seemed like the ethical thing to do. Can't say that I enjoyed it. The field was weaker, but I can imagine what you're going through.
How did you get your hands on this piece of shit, fucking maniac?
I built it myself.
That's illegal. I'm guessing it's patented. But we are beyond that, aren't we?
Oh yeah.
Shut the fuck up,
Way
kid.
beyond.
Will I stay like this
No.
forever?
Once I shut down the compressor, the pain will end. It may take a few minutes for you to steady yourself, though. It's a bit like waking out of a very confusing dream.
This is all great, but can we talk about the dead man?
Yeah, let's not talk about that shit. You were hunting me and fell into my trap instead. That's all there is to say about it.
So she thinks of you as hunters, not the cops, and of herself merely as prey.
Can you just fucking turn it off so we can talk?
If you've got something really important to say, you can do it through the white noise.
You're looking for a deal with my mattress.
Free!
Yeah, I was enjoying that bit though. Yeah, I agree.
Fine. If you really want to talk, I can dial it down. I've also got a gun, by the way.
She's carrying a 2-barreled front loader. Remain careful. Well, it doesn't feel much better, but you can form sentences now. Thinking doesn't seem to hurt as much. Just keep her talking, and you'll get through this. There's only 3 meters between you and the machine. If you keep her distracted for long enough, maybe. Be careful when you make your move. That'll be it for questions. Bide your time.
How did you know we were coming?
I heard you in the passages, and I've been preparing for quite a while.
By hiding bullets under floorboards?
So you found my shack, huh? I'm not surprised.
She doesn't look like how I thought she would.
Her tone is bitter. She thinks she's
been through the
betrayed.
Pale. Preparing for the worst?
I was, before I caught you in the Pale latitude compressor. I'm fine now.
That's her admitting the bullet was an emergency exit. It was dark in the shack. The waves outside had calmed down. She looked at the loaded gun. Then she cracked the barrel open and took the bullet out. Not today.
She has one shot, then. Did you shoot Leslie?
No, I didn't do it. I only helped stage the lynching, though I doubt that makes much of a difference to you. Who ratted me out, by the way? Was it Titus? No, he wouldn't have broken first.
That's gonna make her mad. You're right, Classic was the first to share her suspicions.
I knew the kitten had claws, but not like this.
Yeah, 2 police-shaped claws.
But she couldn't have known I was on the coast. How did you find me?
I'm a cop. It's kind of my job. First guess wasn't entirely off.
He told us you were on the coast.
Even now, Kim is a paragon of professionalism. He is trying to make a clean cut of telling her she was betrayed.
Well, fuck. Those guys liked me, I know it. But this is what happens to people whom people like.
A dour despair is creeping into her voice.
Oh.
How the fuck do the rest of you get by?
Honestly, I don't know how I do it. I just stumbled in here. Can you please explain this
What
shit to me?
shit? I told you I didn't do it. Sounds pretty simple to me.
A strong moral compass. She still wants the opportunity to make a case for herself.
Do you have an alibi for when Lily was shot?
Man, I was with the boys the whole night. I hope they at least bothered to impress that upon me.
They did say you left to take a really long leak.
Yeah,
15
and
minutes.
I'm sure they also made some funny remarks about it. They always do. I've driven a lot of long haul and chugged a lot of beer, man. Can't do either without some power of mind over bladder. And anyway, that wouldn't have been enough time.
"15 minutes was more than enough time to commit that murder." Hold on, no one takes a 15-minute
Look,
leak.
fuck you, man. I might also have stopped by the bar.
Investigation has shown that 15 minutes was just enough time to commit the
Wow.
murder.
Now I'm curious. Please, explain.
Play pinball much? I like that one.
No. Not since I was 14 and hanging out in the only diner in Dardenne. Haven't been into low-risk, no-reward games since moving to the city. Why?
I swear if it was the fucking, restaurant manager, I'm gonna lose my shit. There are some mysterious pinball machines in some pretty mysterious
Yeah,
rooms in the world.
and probably some ghosts from the time of the suzerain. I'm not really interested in supernatural mysteries.
That's a shame because I happen to be a paranatural detective.
Cool. They sent a ghost cop after me.
Fuck yeah.
Congratulations.
What kind of mysteries interest you
Not
then?
murder mysteries either, if that's what you're thinking.
She looks you in the eye impassively, making it clear that she's not planning to comment on the matter any further.
Okay, just, that's not the point here. There's a fucking elevator that takes you up.
Don't know it.
From there.
But also, the shot couldn't have come from the roof. Or we would have all heard it downstairs.
That's what I was saying, Kim.
She has a point there. No one mentioned.
That didn't go super well. You've got to lay something better on her.
You have a gun.
And?
I can't quite tell what kind of gun it
A
is.
Noctway 80 front loader. 2 barrels. Not really what you were looking for, I'm guessing.
I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking for. Where did you get it?
The gun store.
What gun
Trigger
store?
Happy Jacks.
Really? Trigger?
What did you think? That I'm going to squeal on my gun supplier? Sorry, I'm not that kind of gal.
Okay, so someone who's not supposed to sell guns. I see it's a front loader. Do you have another
Sure
gun?
don't.
The
Damn
breech
it.
loader?
No.
There's other evidence I want to ask you
Yeah,
about.
evidence.
You liked Class A a lot.
I considered her a good friend, yeah.
Are you a girl liker?
What
a
the
boy
hell, man?
kisser?
Yeah, why not? I've gotten worse.
Is peeping one of your hobbies?
Wow. Pissing, pinball, and now peeping. I'm just not following your insinuations, detective.
There's a hole in the wall you can see into Class's room. I wouldn't blame you if you...
If I want to stare at a pretty girl, I can pick one up at a bar. Or, worst case scenario, look at a naughty photo. Who has time to go skulking about the whirling, drilling holes in walls?
So you haven't been watching her through the wall?
Nope. Look, she has an effect on people. That je ne sais quoi that makes it impossible not to look at her when she walks into the room, and very difficult to look away. But travel enough and you realize... For the same reason that she's everyone's type as an object of desire, she's not irreplaceable.
But you wanted more than... You wanted to date her, right?
Oh,
Fuck.
so that's where you were going with this.
She said she wanted to run away with
That's
me.
a very sentimental way of putting it. We both had pasts we didn't want to catch up with us, and we enjoyed listening to music together. Why not go on a road trip?
The lieutenant watches her expectantly, occasionally shaking from the pain.
Okay, fine. I was into her. Clausy was into me too for a time, I know it. We even fooled around once. And yeah, after that I thought maybe we could make a go of it.
Then what happened?
She rejected me with some wishy-washy bullshit about how she was confused because she felt so close to me and valued my friendship so much, and how guilty she felt for leading me on.
Yeah, those are some pretty normal fucking responses to that type of thing.
I knew that wasn't the whole story, but thought, fine, I'll take it and move on.
I don't see her holding a gun
will there.
towards us.
It wasn't a problem for her.
Classy said you got angry when she started seeing Lily threatening her.
Yeah. One time when we'd both been drinking,
Pretty
I
fucked
said
up.
some heated things about how dangerous her patterns with men were. I was a little worried she'd blow it out of proportion in her head. All the
No
drugs
way
she
he
was
has a
doing
sniper.
can make you feel like
Yeah.
you're living in a DeLorean tragedy.
I swear, if he's just the peeper, though, That might make sense. Whoever. The key had been there for a long time. Someone could make a copy of it, though. Yeah, that is a decent point that I didn't bring up whenever I had the option. But, anyways, I have to check the island now for bullets. Cause there's a tent there. I think it's that. I think that's the fucking thing I need. But I can't get to the island. I'm hoping this'll do it. Anyways, back to the game. Despite everything you helped her by straightening the lynching.
Yeah,
Staging
the girl
lynching.
seemed terrified. The merc was beyond caring what happened to his mortal coil. It was a no-brainer.
There's other things to ask
Go
about.
ahead. It's your body.
And mine too, he thinks. But keep on. This must be done.
Yeah, it has to be done. Would you say that Lily was a
I
likable
didn't
person?
like him. Hardened mercenaries aren't particularly likable types.
Okay. You don't feel sympathy for mercs? It's hard work.
Plenty of broken people who don't come with that kind of body count. Besides, they're paid well for what they do.
There's nothing more personal that you had against him, perhaps his way with women?
You think I was envious of his conquests? Look, pussy's not a problem for me, and definitely not a reason to off someone.
I don't know, some people crazy. Did you feel protective of the
Yeah,
Union?
sure. And I didn't like Wild Pines sending in those foreign hirelings. Me and a fuck ton of other people around here.
She didn't hate him, okay?
Okay. So, we've got a hired mercenary who
listening.
killed him. Do you like to hang out on rooftops?
Who doesn't? Oh, you probably mean Claudia's rooftop. Sure, I've hung out there. She's got this great antenna.
What's so great about her antenna?
It's very powerful. I used it to tune into RCM frequencies. That's how I knew to be prepared for your arrival.
Oh, fuck. Is that the only reason you hung out on the roof?
The view's pretty bomb, too. But you might say the antenna was the main attraction there, yeah. Along with Claudia.
So you're sure you didn't shoot the merc from the roof?
Yes, I'm sure. And anyway, as I said before, the shot had to have come from
Yeah.
far.
Did you leave this flower for her?
No.
On the roof?
Gifts of flowers and candy aren't really my style.
But yeah, it's a symbol. Class was mourning.
I never did understand why, when someone dies, a hothouse's worth of flowers has to die too.
True. They weren't just flowers, they're symbols of revolution.
So now I'm leaving
Also,
revolutionary
it was
symbols around? Come
preserved. Okay, so you didn't leave Maybell's.
No, I did not.
You're running drugs for the Union. I've been through your lorry.
So, Heart of Gold Tommy fucked me over too. Never trust a musician.
That really comes as a blow to her.
No, we didn't. I found my own way in.
Okay, great. You got into my lorry on your own. What now? You're going to arrest me for drug trafficking?
Bitter
Beneath
smile.
it, she's relieved Tommy didn't betray her.
I can't trust you because you're a fucking criminal.
That's your prerogative.
Fuck you. You had a financial incentive to kill the
Man,
merc.
it's to get away from all that murderous shit that I left Jamrock, my previous employer, for the Union.
She deliberately avoided naming the mob she worked for. You might be able to find this out later.
I got lucky being a dispatcher. Never had to do any of the really dirty work myself. This gun has only been used for self-defense against serious scum.
But you're threatening
Based
us
on
with
what
it.
I've heard about you, you are serious scum.
No, I'm not. I'm great.
Yeah?
I'm a superstar.
More questions before doing anything.
Who killed the merc if it wasn't
How should
you?
I know? As I keep saying, he already had a bullet in his head when I got to him, and there hasn't been any useful gossip over the radio.
Those rings around her eyes, her tired voice. She's been staying up late, listening in on the conversations crisscrossing Martinez.
Police radio? You've been following the case?
Who hasn't? You know, I can still see him there, in Claus's room, lying on his side. He was still warm, but the bluish light coming through the broken window made him look as though he'd been dead for a good long while.
What happened Sunday night? Tell me
She
your
eyes
view.
you warily, as though gauging your sincerity.
It's okay. We just want to...
All right, don't kill yourself over it. I was shooting the shit with Hardy and the boys over a few beers, like always. Then Klasha comes in, all pale and shuddering. She sits down with a drink, trying to steady her nerves. So I grab a seat next to her.
And what did she say?
She asked me to come upstairs. The merc she'd been going with was lying on the bedroom floor, dead. I knew she couldn't get the authorities involved, so yeah.
You made it look like he'd been hanged.
Yeah, she found it weird you came up with a plan so
What?
quickly, though.
No. Faking a lynching was her idea.
Her idea?
Yeah, in cold blood. It really surprised me how quickly she was able to get a hold of herself once we got up there.
Fuck, we got
It
conflicting
was like she was another
testimonies.
person. The party girl was gone. She asked me to help her drag him into the shower so she could wind the shower head around his neck to fake lividity. Then she dressed him while I went to get the Hardy boys.
Glacia knew exactly what she was doing. You can't remain calm under pressure otherwise.
That's bad that she'd be so
Yeah.
calm.
I wasn't sure whether to admire her or be disturbed.
I'm pretty sure she killed him. Do you think she killed Logan
As I
herself?
keep telling you cops, we didn't hear anything downstairs. No gunshot, nothing.
But even if this is true, weren't you worried his lynching might lead to...
War? The thought crossed my mind. But the mercenary's death was going to have repercussions either way. Although the way things are going, fuck it. I'm not responsible for these people after what they did to me.
Then why are you hiding?
I saw you roll into town. I wasn't about to stick around for questioning by a goddamn La Puta Madre agent.
What the fuck's a La Puta Madre? agent?
Yes, you. Everyone says you're his peon, his human can opener.
Through the sudden shock pain in your head, you hear the lieutenant mumble something to himself. Fucking hell. And why me? You hear through the white noise. It's especially bad suddenly. Felt like a vein exploded.
Bullshit, you're trying to throw me off. No one says
Yes,
that.
they do. The cops, the criminals. Why do you think I'm holed up in here with a goddamn death ray waiting for you?
If she knows that about you, she must know your real name too.
If you know that about me, you must know my
Harry
name.
Dubois. one corrupt motherfucker with the disco pants and a funny tie. Agent to la puta madre.
So she knows your name. That doesn't mean you're on the tape. Criminals make up bogeyman stories about cops all the time.
Yep. No, I'm no one's fucking agent. I don't even know who the fuck you're talking about.
Right.
I really
sure.
don't.
You don't know.
Could you tell me about
I'm
it?
sure La Puta Madre himself will explain it all to you soon enough.
What did you do to this Madre anyways?
My lorry. You think the biggest player in Jamrock appreciates competition? And now I have Harry Can Opener in my lair. Fucking Titus.
She's not going to change her mind that easily.
Enemy gang leader or something?
She still perceives you as a threat. Wait, one thing. Possibly small, but she said you rolled into town. Was that you singular or plural? She might know something.
When I came to town, was there? I didn't think there was.
Yeah, you had your death squad with you. What happened to them anyway?
Wait, is it those two people at the fucking inn? I don't know what happened to them. Who was in this
It
squad?
wasn't this scrawny dude. You had two guys and a lady. The guys looked pretty buff. Lady wasn't bad either.
What else can you
One
tell
of the
me?
guys seemed chipper, a blonde. The other had a brooding something or other about him. And the woman was the only one in uniform. All were carrying. That sound about right?
Satellite Officer Whitmere looks out of the window grimly, then puts his coffee down and turns to Patrol Officer Minot. We can either take a room here in the whirling or go home for today. Let's go home, John. Nothing's going to happen today, she responds quietly. John takes his blonde wig off. Call Heidelstein. He can give us a ride.
Yeah, that's right. I was just testing you. They're right outside with guns.
I've faced worse.
Let's hope that helps disturb her. You know about the bunker next door?
What bunker?
Communist hideout. Just a bunker. Have you been there?
Don't know anything about it.
Damn it.
No one's been around since I set up camp. But I'm sure I'm not the first vagabond to...
You feel something in your chest, an unnatural pressure. It's spreading to your left arm, your jaw. Well, this feels familiar.
So I'm guessing this is bad. I'm sure this is just a heartburn. Oh God.
Very, very bad. This is the end bad.
Shit, I'm dying. Try to remain
All
conscious.
you feel is pain and weakness. You have to surrender now. We all do. It gets so dark.
She fucking
You
killed
don't
me.
even see her face, like you always thought you would. You only see pain and fear. Cop suffers final heart attack. A detective lieutenant of the RCM passed away yesterday. His death, though abrupt, did not come as a surprise to those who knew him. He was the heaviest drinker I'd ever met. Captain Ptolemy Price, the deceased superior officer, commented, "That ain't easy on the ticker." He loved his liquor, sure, said Detective Chester McLean, friend and colleague. But I think before he ever had a heart attack, his heart was broken. According to an official statement given by the RCM, the officer was on the brink of solving a murder case.
What? 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 I lost? I died? Was it the time? What happened? What the fuck? Okay, I think the health bar went down and I tried to make an endurance check and it fucking killed me. That's so fucking annoying. Okay, let's use my money and massive wealth to fucking save my ass. I simply didn't have enough healing items and the game said, fuck you. I have to get my gun back again. So I've interacted with all that shit. I sent off Joyce. Fucking bitch. Alright. Just because that happened, I'm gonna fucking prepare for the next stream, but I'm gonna end the stream here, and then tomorrow we'll continue from there. Thanks for watching, if you watched this later or anything, and have a good night, supper or otherwise.